welcome to the June 1st Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners working session. We have a couple of our countywide elections in the office. Go ahead and get us started with the roll.
Commissioner Beeman, Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner LeVar,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Schenk.
I know that several commissioners are on their way en route, so they should be here within the next 10 minutes or so. And I know they don't want to miss any of these exciting presentations that we have. Commissioner Jefferson has walked in. Well, when he walks in the room, go ahead and you can call on him. We're going to move into public participation. Before that, I want to recognize that I can't see how many people are online, but I know that there's probably some very interested public participation related to an item on our Board of Commissioners meeting at 7 o'clock. We sent out a press release related to that, and we have plenty of robust discussion about that at that 7 o'clock meeting. If you are looking to engage with us about that item, I would recommend giving public participation at the 7 o'clock meeting, and we can respond at our working session. Your public comment at 1 minute because we're so focused on the presentations that we're going to receive here. And we do have two really exciting presentations. So I'm going to go ahead and open the floor for public participation. And I'll remind you, you get the 1 minute. If you're joining us via Zoom, you will hit *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute yourself after I've called on you. So, and then if you're joining us at the podium here, you've got nice little light up indicators about how much time you got left. Green is good to keep going. Yellow is you run out of time, and red means you're done. You got to stop. Anybody want to give public comment? Nope. Okay. Nobody online either. Okay. All right. Great. We will close public comment then. Robert, can you call on the roll call the commissioners that have joined us?
Commissioner Jefferson.
Here.
Commissioner Schenk.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Awesome. Thank you. We're going to move into report of the county administrator.
No report.
Okay, that's quick. We're going to move to a report of the Board of Commissioners liaison. Now Peter is joining us online.
No report.
Excellent. Okay, well, we are going to move right into our discussion items for today. So we have an update on activities from the Youth Commission. We have several youth commissioners joining us. I've given you updates during liaison reports in previous meetings about some of the great work that they've been doing. You're going to get to hear about that in greater detail now. So let's go ahead and let's get that started.
Hello, I'm Ren, one of the secretaries of the Washtenaw County Youth Commission. I use he, they pronouns, and I graduated last week from Pioneer High School. Thank you for having us here to present the report on the 2021 to 2022 year of the Washtenaw County Youth Commission. I'll now give a brief overview of what we did this year. We had 8 youth-led meetings in virtual and in-person spaces. We built an intentional community of 20 youth commissioners representing all 9 districts of Washtenaw County. We received diversity, equity, and inclusion training, and we discovered different issues of equity and diversity through youth commissioners' personal experiences. We collaborated in 4 task forces this year. Those were racial equity, gender-based violence, juvenile justice, and mental health. We will be reflecting on this year and identifying the leadership for next year. I'd now like each of our committees to present their achievements and goals from this year.
I'm Liam Moyer. I have he, him pronouns. I go to WTMC. I am presenting for the gender-based violence task force. I was not on this task force. I just like to make that clear. The goal of the gender-based violence task force was to sort of educate and advocate to change the Michigan Safe Harbor law to give immunity to 17 and 18-year-olds, as it currently only gives immunity to 16-year-olds. What they worked to do is they interviewed Bridget Carr, who founded the human trafficking clinic at the University of Michigan. They also met with State Representative Felicia Brayback to sort of understand the climate in Lansing about this particular issue. And they sort of came to the conclusion that was very complicated and complex. And the sort of action they decided to take with all this information is they decided to write an article with the Concentrate Media Youth Journalism Program, and it's going to be published like throughout many different counties in Michigan in late June. So that's sort of what they've been doing. Now I'd like to introduce racial equity.
Hi, my name is Caden Kipnick. I'm a junior at Manchester High School. I use he, him pronouns, and I am representing the Racial Equity Task Force of the Washtenaw County Youth Commission. Our main goal this year has been to find issues targeting teens in our county surrounding racism in order to make our schools more equitable. We've done many things this year. We've met with Jennifer Banks of the WISD to better understand challenges facing schools to address racism. We also hosted a town hall discussion for teens in Washtenaw County to identify racist incidents in schools and to collect more data using the survey we put out last year. In the initial phase of planning, we met with Crystal Campbell, who was the head of the Racial Equity Office here in Washtenaw County. We also reached out to community partners and used social media to encourage youth to attend. The flyer you see in the presentation, we also put that out. It has a QR code and a link for our RSVP. And in planning, we also created curriculum with Hannah Wiggins. They're the DEI coordinator of the Neutral Zone to support and moderate this town hall discussion. Next year, we plan to explore some strategies proposed at our town hall in order to make our schools in Washtenaw County more equitable. Some of these strategies proposed include addressing the white fragility or white savior complex, building a peer-to-peer network, building a network for students to report racism in their schools, creating a more diverse and inclusive curriculum. And there's also a big push for DEI training and restorative practice training for school staff and faculty, especially continuing it in places where it has already been implementing it and implementing it in places where it has not been implemented yet. Next, I would like to pass off to Christine to talk about juvenile justice.
Hello, my name is Christine Kong, and I use she, her pronouns. So I was part of the Juvenile Justice Task Force. So we had planned to create a juvenile justice program, having several meetings and incorporating our ideas. These discussions led to creating a focus group with system-involved youth to hear their perspectives on reform. We were prepared to meet with Ellie Savitt, the Washtenaw County prosecutor, and we had a meeting with him and his staff. In our discussions after, we realized that there were barriers to creating this program. We figured that as youth, we would be well suited to conduct this challenging conversation in a safe and authentic way. However, none of us have been directly involved with the legal system, which presented a barrier to our efforts to create a safe and authentic conversation. We learned that in this work, we need to step back and follow leadership from system-involved youth rather than taking leadership ourselves. We have spent time as a group further educating ourselves on this topic. We remain interested in juvenile justice reform, but have now decided to take a new direction and continue to explore potential avenues to create change. A few examples include gun violence prevention work, recruiting system-involved youth to the Youth Commission, and using Washtenaw County Youth Commission funding to help supporting existing deflection programs. I will now pass it on to the Mental Health Task Force.
Our goal this year was to create a graphic which would be able to be shared via social media and through print to help youth recognize when and how to get mental health care. We met with Lisa Gentz of Community Mental Health and Elsie Serrano of the Wish You Knew campaign. We also collaborated with Commissioner Justin Hodge, and we created a rough draft of the graphic. We will work with a graphic designer so that we can share the graphic out in the fall. Now I would like to pass it off to some of the commission members to speak about why the Youth Commission matters.
There are a lot of reasons why the Youth Commission matters to us, mostly for personal growth, learning, and understanding. In my experience in the Youth Commission, working with the Racial Equity Task Forces gave me the ability to shed light on the fact that there's a lack of diversity and thus a lack of cultural awareness coming from a rural community like Manchester.
For me, working with the Washtenaw County Youth Commission really allowed me to sort of better understand the problems that the county faces and how those problems differ from region to region. It also taught me a lot about how county government works and sort of gives me an avenue as a youth to sort of affect how county government runs.
So working on the youth commission, I've been able to work with amazing youth from across the county. Living in different districts, we were able to bring different perspectives on varying issues, and they have helped me see what we need to do to create change within our county by talking about our own experiences.
While we do have several returning youth, we would like to review our new members, one of which was able to join us in the audience today. We welcome Bhavani over here to the Youth Commission for the 2022 to 2023 year. I'll now allow you some time to review those names. Now, we would like to thank a few people and organizations for making the Youth Commission possible. Thank you, Commissioner Justin Hodge, the County Commissioner Liaison to the Youth Commission, for your support and being at probably more meetings than a lot of our commissioners. We'd like to thank Justin Morgan for his continued support and advocacy for the Youth Commission. Thank you to Amy Belfer, who is our intern advisor and dedicated supporter of the Youth Commission. And special thanks to the Neutral Zone and the MSU 4-H Extension for making the Youth Commission possible. I'd now like to open up space if any of the commissioners have any questions about the Youth Commission.
All right, well, let's start off by giving them a round of applause. That was a great presentation. Thank you. It's really been a pleasure watching all the work that you've done over the last several months and being able to talk to you as you did the work with the task force. I'm really proud of everything that you've all accomplished. Before I turn to the commissioners to ask any questions, Robert, you want to go ahead and hit them with the roll?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Perfect. Okay, commissioners, we have questions for our youth commissioners here. Oh, Commissioner Shink.
Thank you. I appreciate your work. It sounds like you have been very busy and very professional in your approach. And I'm wondering if you have recommendations. It sounds like you've learned a lot. Do you have recommendations that you would like to share with us? Or I guess we'll just leave it at that.
I would recommend you to continue listening to youth voices. We're important and we deserve a place in county government, even when we cannot vote yet and can't participate in that way. Thank you for your support of our commission.
Thank you.
Who's next? Okay, Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is more of a comment. I just want to thank you for the work that you've done and the dedication that you've put in. There's a lot of other things that you could be doing and prepping for, and making the time for this is truly amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll add, they meet Sundays at 2 o'clock, which is a challenging time to have a meeting, but they make it happen and they are usually very well attended. So hopefully we can all attend more of those meetings in the future too. Commissioner Jefferson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking the time out to do this in your young teenage years. I mean, you don't get a chance to vote, but you have to follow every law that's made. And that's something that you guys can learn before you get to the age of voting, how to change those things. I saw the things that you talked about as far as laws that you wanted to change. And I saw how you saw that there was challenges and barriers, but you also want to continue to fight for those and find out how to go past those barriers and continue on your work even after the Youth Commission is over for those of you who have to leave. But I want to thank you again for taking that time out in your young age to see about this stuff that's kind of boring, but it's also necessary. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or questions from anybody? All right. Well, thank you all again for coming out and for the work that you continue to do. Hopefully being able to, engage with government in the way that you have encourages all you to run for county commissioner or another county office at some point in the future. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to our next budget discussion. So this one is civic infrastructure, land use and environment. And I have the great pleasure of being able to stay in the room this time for this and not try to run the meeting from the glass room. So very excited for that.
One second.
Well, you get set up, I will say thank you to the team for getting all the tech worked out. I know it was quite a challenge and I know it's a team effort from everybody. So thank you all for the incredible work that went into that. And so quickly too.
Pretty impressive.
It is.
We're ready. So I want to thank you all tonight. Like Commissioner Hodge said, we're talking about the civic infrastructure service area group and then the land use and environment service area group. So starting with civic infrastructure, in 2021, again, looking at across all funds, there was $14.5 million of revenue generated by the civic infrastructure departments. The clerk's office is the largest revenue generator, bringing in $6.5 million, which was primarily from fees and services within the general fund. Excuse me. The treasurer's office generated $3.2 million, both from fees as well as delinquent taxes, which are not in the general funds. Equalization brings in brought in $65,000 from departmental revenues. And if you look by category across the service area group, about 32% is taxes, 68% is the department fees and services. Moving on into the expenditures, we see the treasurer's total expenditures in 2021 were $7.7 million. The treasurer's office services cost $3.2 million. The clerk's office cost 2.9 and equalization cost 1.6 million. Again, 66% spent on staff, which is about average, especially for the more service customer facing departments that we have. Moving to the clerk's office, their total revenue collected was $6.5 million. The financial situation of the clerk's office is unique in the county because their revenue generated by their fees actually exceeds their costs and feeds into that other general fund revenues we've talked about in other presentations. So in addition to property taxes, this is another large source of that. The Register of Deeds generated over $5 million in fees in 2021, and Vital Records generated $715,000. Then it's also important to note that the elections expenditures are significantly higher in even use due to the gubernatorial and presidential elections. So it's small because it was 2021. Next year or this year will be much higher. Looking across all funds, 63% of costs were spent on staff, 22% on CAP, and 8% on programming and services. The small amount of contribution to fund balance and transfers are both part of the ROD automation fund, which funds very specific clerk technology needs. For the treasurer's office, total programming was $5.2 million in 2021. Of this, the largest component was the delinquent tax program, which basically contributes money to fund balance for how the delinquent tax programs function, followed by the general treasurer services, which would include cash receipting, and making sure all of our revenue is properly booked and recorded, followed by forfeiture and foreclosures. And then for the other, general treasurer programs and forfeiture and foreclosure, the largest expenditure component would be staff. And then lastly, equalization was $1.7 million. It's funded primarily by other general fund revenues, the small 4% of department revenues. And by far the largest cost center there is staff doing all of the great work that we need them to do to get proper property tax dollars. Then moving on to land use and environment. Looking at revenues, there's only two departments that bring in revenue. Parks generates more than $20 million, which is primarily the parks and natural areas villages, and then as well as some fees and services at the individual parks. Water resources generated $4.3 million. And then across the service area, almost 60% of revenues are property taxes, and department revenues are about 29%. For looking at the expenditures, the total expenditures were just under 25 million. Parks and Rec made up 17.7 million of that. Water Resources and Public Works made up 6.8 million. And MSU Extension was just under 450,000. Looking by category, about half goes to direct programming and services and 42% goes to staff costs. Looking at parks specifically, there's three main funding areas that we see there. There's the Parks and Rec funds, the natural areas millage, and then non-motorized trails. Parks and Rec Fund is the general maintenance of county parks funded by property taxes, and the expenses are largely staff and programming and services, as you'd expect. Natural areas is a smaller component funded again by primarily by taxes, which also has the responsibility of setting aside funds for future needs and acquisitions. And then lastly, the non-motorized trails are funded by taxes and department revenues and spending money primarily on programming and services. Moving to Water Resources and Public Works, they have 5 main program areas. Public Works is the largest one, funded primarily by department revenues, spending the majority of their funding on staff and programming and services. Water Resources Administration is the next largest, which is funded by other general fund revenues, and the majority of expenditures are staff. And then that's followed by drain maintenance and soil erosion and stormwater programming. And the last Land Use and Environment Department is MSU Extension, which is a little department funded entirely by other general fund revenues. It's not staffed by county staff, so 55% goes to programming and services and 45% to CAP. And with that, that is the end of these service area groups. And in July, I'll be bringing the last budget update of support services and general government. And in August, we'll be kicking off the BOC budget priorities. And so with that, happy to answer any questions that you will have.
All right, thank you. Sure, we got some questions.
Yeah.
Looks like our clerk and treasurer are here too to, I assume, assist answer questions as well. You're just getting a better spot in the room. All right, any questions, comments, anybody? No? Okay. All right, well, thank you. That sounds like an easy one then.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna move into, you coming on up, all right.
Good evening. My gosh, it's been like 2.5 years. And I can recognize all of you, even with the mask, so thank you. And with your permission, if we could give another round of applause to the young people. They have been working. The issues that they are working on are so substantive, it is awesome. I had 5 quick points I wanted to make, Larry and myself, speaking on behalf of civic infrastructure, treasurer, clerk register, equalization office. The first thing is, we were told that the Board of Commissioners preferred just the budget numbers, no context. You just want to know the revenue, the expenses. And because of that, there's no communication between the offices, finance and budget and so forth. So I'm not sure where the numbers came from. I only did the first 2 slides because they were my office, but the treasurer revenues are shown as 3,200,000. They're 3,500,000 and some, so we're off by a bit. I publish the report that details all of that revenue. It doesn't reflect the tax revenue. This is on page 40. I tried to tie it back to your audit. And page 49 of the audit shows 87 million in general fund property taxes, 120, almost 26 million total. Page 52 of the audit, if you go down to expenditures, The treasurer's expending about 2.1 million instead of the 3.2 that you've got there. So I don't know where the numbers come from. But what I like to do is just put some context to the numbers. Why would you spend this revenue in, like, why would you spend this, make these expenditures if there wasn't some reason? Either you're bringing in revenue so that you can serve all of the residents in other offices and departments. And what are the mandates that a treasurer or clerk register has to meet so that people have the basic services that they demand from their government. And that's why we're called civic infrastructure. Civic infrastructure is it's the foundation for our democracy. Just as bricks and mortar infrastructure is important to maintain public buildings and bridges and roads, civic infrastructure is essential to the provision of public services. That's the revenue that you spend some money, $1 million, $2 million, and then we bring in hundreds of millions of dollars. So you can provide the services your residents want. Civic infrastructure includes fiscal stability, the safety of public funds and the investment of those funds, fair and equitable tax systems, honest elections, and the maintenance of accurate land and vital records. There's an interplay between our three offices also. Equalization, as you heard at your last meeting, does the valuations and equalizes the valuations. That becomes the basis for your tax levy. Chair Schenk, I sure hope that you sign that, you get the authorization to sign the L4029 today, because that is your tax levy to go on the summer taxes. And then my office and the local treasurers collect those taxes. The legal descriptions are prepared by equalization. That's what goes in the deeds. Those deeds are then recorded at the Register of Deeds. And that data is what the local assessors use when they know they need to uncap a property or they need to provide a principal residence on a property. And then they redo their valuations, and that becomes the basis for the tax levies and the tax collections. So it is an integral cycle that has a lot of interplay and synergy. The last thing I wanted to talk about is a totally different subject. It's House Bill 4730, which is sponsored by Zillow. It has passed the House of Representatives in Michigan, and it is in the Senate committee. We're trying to get it bottled up and look at some amendments. But Larry and I and our respective professional associations oppose this legislation. You have a fee for service for information from our offices. Whatever dollar it is for expenditures, whether it's 3 million or 2 million, you put money into my office and Larry's office. And when residents want a service that's beyond the normal, regular, ordinary services, if they want to purchase data, they can purchase that data for 50 cents a parcel. And I make $60,000, $60,000 every year for you to apply against the other expenditures that you're making, because it's a fee for service. And I do that 50 cents at a time, automated. And Zillow would really like to have it for free. That's what the legislation is about. You have a resolution in your packet. I don't remember, it's page 35, 39 from the nominee county up in the UP. And commissioners all across Michigan are asked to, Larry and I will bring you something at your next meeting. We would like you to pass a resolution in opposition also. But mostly we want you to talk to Kurt Profit and the Michigan Association of Counties, because they don't quite know how important this is, yeah. So I'll stop there. We'll answer questions too.
Yeah. The Menominee County clerk is also the chair of our association currently, so it was. But we've been communicating with our representatives and senators about these bills, and but it would make, if this were to be enacted in its current form, it would have a tremendous impact on these numbers you're looking at.
Well, thank you for bringing that to us. And, I think we probably have some questions now. I don't know, Commissioner Scott, you look like you might have been thinking something a minute ago. I don't want to call you out. but
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Like I've been up since 5:30 and working in the ICU until now. But I was just looking at it, and there are a number of counties that looks like they have made opposition to this bill. So I'll be interested in seeing the resolution that you have for us going forward, because this just seems like legislation to make one company have a heads up in the real estate market, and like it doesn't actually serve a civic purpose. So thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Sorry to call you out. I tried to read the room, and it looked like you had something to say. So I wanted to. Yep. Okay. Commissioner Shink.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And also just thank you for talking more about what you do. Both of your offices have some really innovative programs to serve our citizens. I appreciate that. It makes this county a better place to live. And then also not associated with you, Coy Vaughn from Parks, wish he could have been here, but he had to attend to a medical need in his family, and so wasn't able to be here tonight. But he let me know earlier.
Thanks for letting us know. Any other thoughts or questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. All right. All right. Well, we are going to move into liaison reports. Might have a liaison report. Yeah, seeing any liaison report. I'm not seeing any liaison reports. Okay, I will give a quick one from our Board of Health. So we had a really great presentation at our most recent meeting about a group from the U of M School of Public Health that's going to be working with the health department on a number of racial justice initiatives that they'll plan to partner with the Racial Equity Office on. So look forward to learning more about that. And yeah, that's the big thing. That's it. That's all I got. Okay. We don't have, we have special, oh, we do have, no, I'm looking at the next agenda, a little over eager there. Okay, items for current and future discussion. Anybody got anything? Pending items or no pending items? Okay, well then I would look for a motion to adjourn.
Support.
All right, all in favor? We are adjourned until the next meeting at 7 o'clock. Or for the Board of Commissioners meeting.
everybody, and welcome to the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting. Appreciate that you're all here. Appreciate that you care about our community. We're going to start with Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Next, we have roll call.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Schenk.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we have public participation. Each person can have up to 3 minutes. If you're speaking here, there will be some lights that light up. So green, you're going fine. Yellow, you're getting to the end, and red, it's time to end. And then we'll go to the Zoom public participation. Thank you. Oh, and please state your name.
Hi, I'm Libby Hunter. I live in Ann Arbor. As a former educator, I'm concerned about the equal distribution of county funds on behalf of children and teenagers in our county. A rec center for the youth of Ypsilanti would be an excellent example of an equitable distribution of funds in an underserved population. This rec center discussion is now over a decade old. The implications of a rec center for Ypsilanti youth would be far-reaching. Research indicates after-school programming and activities supported by the community increase academic outcomes, decrease mental health problems, increase motivation for secondary education, and ultimately, clearly lifts people out of poverty. I recently heard that living in wartime and living in poverty are the two most difficult ways to exist on the planet. Therefore, I'm requesting that this board make a decision to distribute funds for a rec center in Ypsilanti that would have profound effects on the youth living in the highest poverty area of our county. It's hard to know if I'm being listened to or not.
You're being listened to. We're glad you're here.
Fundraise, sorry, not fundraise, reading my bad handwriting. Familiarize yourself with the effects of poverty on the mental health of youth. As you know, whether rich or poor right now, children nationwide are experiencing a mental health crisis, so it's only worse in poverty-stricken areas. Currently, the funding of summer camps and groups in Ypsilanti is a drop in a very large bucket. Let's get bold and do something meaningful for children in our county, way beyond temporary attempts. Let's make a long-lasting change on generational poverty for Ypsilanti youth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Barros. Invisible, the heart-wrenching reality of homeless children. Even strong community leaders fail to recognize the difference between youth that has slept in a bed the previous night and one who has not. The kid carrying an iPhone in his hands or wearing the newest pairs of J's may be the single kid who begged for food off the streets yesterday. Invisible. I still remember those days. I remember sleeping in a car, in a ditch, and crying myself to sleep at night, wishing I would die. But I couldn't. I had my siblings to take care of. Nobody knew it either. Nobody had the slightest clue that I was struggling with the fight for food every day and finding a bed to sleep in at night. My pride was too high and I was embarrassed to say anything, even if that meant going to school in the same clothes for 2 weeks. After my journey began, I started to find the courage to seek help. After speaking up, a swarm of community members began to help me. Social workers were everywhere, making sure I had food and a place to sleep at that night. These community members came to the ditch I was sleeping in and gave me concrete support. I received blankets, donated food, and personal hygiene care packages. Soon I began to find hope in Washtenaw community. As they called my attention for my cry to help, I began to see a future of stability. Years later, as a social worker in my community, I wanted to give back to the community that helped me while I was down. I began working at Ozone House, a homeless shelter in Washtenaw County designed to create the stable life every young person deserves. It was important to me that endangered youth in Washtenaw County was off the streets. Ozone House helped build that goal. Ozone House is the only youth-oriented homeless shelter in the county and takes about 3,000 calls a year on their crisis line, assisting callers in receiving help from anywhere to abuse, homelessness, mental illness, and family conflict. Ozone House gave me the ability to become a responsible member of our community. As both a client and a social worker for Ozone House, this youth-friendly organization has not only impacted my own story, but has saved the lives of many others. I urge the commissioners to increase the funding for agencies like Ozone House for all the hard work they've invested into the county, granting me and thousands of other youth from our county to go from surviving to thriving. I urge the commissioners to use the third of the county's money reserve funding to get through these funding gaps between the fiscal year of the county and the fiscal years of the nonprofits. I urge the county to use the 1.5 increase in tax revenue from the county. I urge the commissioners to use the American Rescue Funds to fund agencies like Ozone House. I urge the commissioners to treat NHSP with both and mindset rather than an either or. And finally, I beg you commissioners, please get St. Joe's, Ann Arbor Community Foundation, and United Way to the common table to work in tandem with the county so that many more youth can go from surviving to thriving just like me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Carrie Kafafian, and I'm here as a mother of a young adult with severe intellectual and developmental disability, IDD. And I have many friends. We meet as a group and talk about what are we going to do when our kids age out of school. Many of those friends have gone online in the past few days and set notes to the commissioners. So I hope they do get a chance to read those. I came in person. Hundreds of adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, IDD, in Washtenaw County are isolated at home, and more are aging out of school each year. Being stuck at home is a direct result of staff shortages of caregivers. Currently, Washtenaw Community Mental Health is expecting workers to cover bathroom care, giving meds, dealing with extreme behaviors, and many more, all for less than you can make in most fast food or other entry-level jobs. Everyone understands money is limited. So the question is how the funds are allocated in CMH. Medicaid funds coming into CMH need to be used more for direct services for IDD, benefiting the clients that the money is meant for. Many of the funding choices don't make sense to the IDD community currently that CMH is making. Why did CMH cut skill building positions? We need to reestablish those positions, increase availability and variety of skill building options. More high quality day programs are also needed at this time. I'm asking the commissioners to hold CMH accountable to the people in need and their families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jill Kind, and I'm a resident and a taxpayer and a voter, and I live in Chelsea. I'm also a clinical social worker and the director of WISE Aging Services at Jewish Family Services, which is in District 9. I've worked directly with older adults and their families. I've managed programs, and I've worked at the systems level in this county for almost 3 decades. Every single day, human service agencies serving Washtenaw's older adults face mounting challenges in responding to their urgent needs. We work closely together in networks, including the Healthy Aging Collaborative and Barrier Busters, to meet the challenges and provide robust and equitable service. Frankly, we're unable to keep pace with the rising demands and the costs. Yet the needs and the numbers of county seniors are only growing. The Commission on Aging has heard from many of us to help inform their understanding and their recommendations. And I know you've received their report. But unless you work on the front lines, it's difficult to understand the magnitude and tremendous needs and gaps that must be overcome to help older adults simply live at a basic level of dignity. I urge you to listen to service providers and seniors themselves. Tonight, I'm here with other senior advocates to ask you for your support in addressing the significant shortage of sustainable resources and services available to older adults and caregivers now and in the future. An ARPA Senior Recovery Fund would be very helpful to provide immediate short-term pandemic-related response, but it's not enough. We know now that the ongoing safety net for older adults has been gutted for a period of 5 years. This is a crisis for older adults. Please consider a senior millage designed to ensure critical and sustainable support for older adults who have few to no other options for help. With a senior millage, we can create system-level change, infrastructure development, and sustain service provision into the future. 72 of 83 Michigan counties have a senior millage, not us. Compared to other counties, Washtenaw is providing only half as many units of service. Seniors need lots of services. With a millage, we could provide residential maintenance, housing support, socialization, nutrition, caregiver support, elder abuse prevention, benefit screening, resource navigation. We look for an opportunity to work beside you to advance the needs of older adults. It's really time for a senior millage. We urge you to put this endeavor before the voters in 2022. Washtenaw County could be a place where it's safe to grow old. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your service. My name is Yvonne Cudney. I grew up in Ann Arbor and I now reside in the city of Ypsi. I'm on the board of directors for the Ypsi Senior Center, and I've worked in the housing sphere and with older adults countywide for the last 3.5 years. I was heartened to hear that the Commission on Aging supports a countywide senior millage. From a professional standpoint, I can tell you there's a tremendous need for increased funding for senior services. You heard 2 weeks ago that there may be an awareness problem about senior services in our community. But I want to tell you, there is no awareness problem. It's a lack of resources, funding, and capacity problem. In one of my positions, I fielded dozens of phone calls every week from low-income seniors who needed assistance with household maintenance, general upkeep, and aging-in-place modifications. There were limited resources available to meet those needs. The resources that exist are limited by funding or program restrictions or don't have any funding at all right now. From the Ypsi Senior Center, I hear regularly about how seniors crave more engagement with each other and are fighting their increased social isolation. However, the Senior Center's hours are limited due to lack of funding. From my coworkers and colleagues, I hear how each of our organizations does their utmost to assist older adults within the purview of our services. And I witness how we reach out to each other to collaborate and assist older adults to the extent our community is resourced. And our community is not resourced enough. 72 out of 83 counties in Michigan have senior millages. Washtenaw County is one of 11 that does not. Well, I told you about my professional perspective. Let me tell you about my personal experience. My mom is 74 years old. She owns her own house and she lives a half mile outside the city of Ann Arbor in Scioto Township on Dexter Road. She's lived there for over 40 years and she lives alone. She does not have retirement benefits and her only source of income is Social Security. She receives just enough to not qualify for public benefits. Her mobility is impaired and she doesn't have sufficient funds to make modifications to her home. She has difficulty maintaining her home in her 1-acre yard. Older adult transportation options are not affordable for her and therefore not accessible. I worry about my mom. She lives alone. She doesn't have good transportation options. Her health isn't great. She's had 3 heart attacks. She may not be able to age comfortably and safely in her home. If my mom needed to move somewhere because she can no longer live safely in her home, it won't be in Washtenaw County. There are less than 1,600 affordable or subsidized units available to seniors in this county, and wait lists are months to years long. I urge you to support our request to put a senior millage on the ballot. It would help her and many others like her maintain their independence, increase their quality of life, and hopefully promote their happiness and improved health in their own homes here in Washtenaw County.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Bill O'Reilly. I'm a Chelsea resident taxpayer. I'm also the executive director of the Chelsea Senior Center, and we have over 1,200 members. That's the largest senior center in the county, in the region, and it represents a significant number of seniors in western Washtenaw County and the rural areas. With others in the aging sector, we advocate for funding, promoting, and expansion of effective evidence-based services for seniors. They're often referred to as golden years. For far too many, it is anything but that, as they deal with a lack of financial resources and physical ability to properly care for themselves. You and other voters in Washtenaw County can change that for thousands of Washtenaw seniors and their loved ones. The senior millage can ensure that our parents, grandparents, and one day all of us have adequate food, companionship, transportation, and other support services, allowing us to deservedly spend our golden years enjoying life. We can give seniors better mental and health benefits, along with the knowledge that they are supported by a community that truly cares. I am here on behalf of the CS Seniors Collaborative, asking for your consideration of senior services millage on the November ballot. Washtenaw County is behind where it should be in providing needed senior services, and we're falling further behind with each passing day. As noted earlier, 85% of other Michigan counties have a millage. The data shows that nationally, 1 in 5 Americans are 60 and older. 1 in 4 seniors identify as feeling lonely. 7.4 million seniors now live in poverty, living on $240 or less per week. At the state level, Meals on Wheels America and Stanford University found that nearly 25% of the Michigan population is 60 or older, and nearly 650,000 older Michiganders live alone and feel isolated. Michigan ranks 29th for social isolation. In our state, almost 44% of single seniors indicate that they're not able to make ends meet financially. According to a 2019 Mitchell survey of 286 senior Washtenaw residents, their top 3 hardships were inability to make ends meet, that's 20%, 15% for affordability and medication, and another 15% indicated that loneliness, social isolation were their biggest concern. Last month, Say Yes to Seniors Collaborative reached out to Washtenaw County seniors who are receiving existing adult services. Of the 227 respondents, 93% agreed that more support is needed. The vital help a millage can provide. In 2019, that figure was 73%. That's a 27% increase in just 3 years. We in the nonprofit sector are doing all we can, but it's simply not enough to put such a burden on us and our seniors. We should be spending 100% of our time on providing services. Instead, we spend too much of our time seeking donations and grants, as well as balancing what programs and services can be offered. We urge you to do what's right and let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Monica Prince, and I live in Ypsilanti Township, which I've been there, owned a home there for 37 years, I think it is. And I'm the director at the Ypsilanti Senior Center for the past 16 years. I want to tell you a little bit, and not only do I experience all the needs that people are always calling senior centers when they need something. Sometimes we're able to pass them on to another agency to get help. A lot of times we can't. There's just not the help that they need. But mostly what I want to tell you is I have a sister and brother-in-law that lived in Kalamazoo until a year ago. They died a month apart a year ago. And my sister had a crippling rheumatoid arthritis, which for many years, and it finally made her blind. So she was blind. Then her husband was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And for a long time, they lived that way on their own. They were real self-sufficient. But when things got to be tough, my sister asked me, being the professional, I guess, what they should do. And so I researched it, and that was right after the county, Kalamazoo County did get a millage. I made one phone call, was able to get a social worker in to talk to them and their sons. And came out of that conversation with having meals delivered to their house. He was able to get into a PACE program because of his Alzheimer's. They had someone come in once or every 2 weeks and clean their house for them. Even being blind, my sister was very particular about that person to make sure that she really got the house clean. And able to find things that my brother-in-law would lose. And they had transportation. All they had to do was call a certain number. They were able to find transportation to everything they needed. And then even when my sister was hospitalized because of fall, she had to go into rehab because she broke an arm and a leg. And the agency found them a place for my brother-in-law to go live with a family. And they were able to benefit from that until she recovered.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Rowan Tuckermeyer, resident of Ann Arbor. I did not think that I would ever hear that Washtenaw County would plan to fund social services such as homeless shelters, but that is in effect on the agenda this evening, unfortunately. I'm sincerely hoping this is part of some budgetary mix-up that will get sorted out, but that is what's on the agenda. According to the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, this past week, grant recommendations were released, and the recommendations are to fund just 7 of 31 agencies that applied for funding for a total of $1.7 million annually. And this is not enough funding for the critical safety net services to be provided across Washtenaw County, as there used to be over $4 million given annually in grants to 36 different agencies. So if this is the course of action the Board of Commissioners plans to undertake, this would be in essence a defunding of these services, both for the 7 agencies still receiving funding, as the proposed levels of funding are less than they received prior to the pandemic, and especially for the 24 agencies who formerly received funding, but ostensibly will no longer, like Ozone House, that you've heard about earlier this evening. And yeah, some of these agencies may have to close their doors, which would be an absolutely devastating blow to the most vulnerable people in our community. And I know every one of you believes in ending inequality, ending homelessness, protecting survivors of abuse, but that belief is not going to mean very much to the people who are actually suffering deeply from these issues if they find their vital services aren't there any longer. I know you're in a difficult spot with the funding partners pulling out, but this is not a good enough reason for abandoning these life or death services. So I urge you to use that remaining unallocated ARPA money to fully fund the safety net services as they initially requested. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm here because this is an emergency. I work at Purple House, which is a homeless shelter in Washtenaw County, and the homelessness is truly an emergency here. As is, I think cutting the safety net way back is only going to lead to people suffering and dying here in Washtenaw County. I think the safety net that we do have is what makes it good to live here, and I think that without it, things are going to get worse. Things are going to get worse for a lot of people, and things are going to get worse for you all too. I think when people don't have the things that they need, they're harder to be around. And I think that what makes Washtenaw County good is the way that we take care of each other. The way that organizations like Ozone House and Alpha House and Food Gatherers take care of each other. And without funding them, we are not going to take care of the people who really need it. And that's going to be hard on everybody, especially the people who need it most. So I am begging you all to fully fund a safety net. That is what we owe the people of Washtenaw County. That is why you all are here, is to make life better in Washtenaw County, and this will make life much worse in Washtenaw County. This is an emergency. Homelessness takes about 20 years off of people's lives. People are really suffering.
And it makes life worse for everybody. You know, when people are suffering in the way that they are, they end up in ERs, they end up in jails. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Especially when it is so much cheaper to give people the basics that they need. And already there's been so many cutbacks. There's so many more people that need help since the pandemic and so much less help available. And it just breaks my heart to think that we are going to make life that much worse here in Washtenaw County, where there is enough to go around, where we can afford to cut things like the police that we don't need, that don't help, and instead help the people that absolutely need it, that are absolutely begging for it. So yeah, I'm here to tell you all to please fully fund all 31 organizations that requested money, because that is what it's going to make it good to be here in Washtenaw County. And if you don't, you will fail people and they will suffer and they will die. And I do not want to watch that happen here. So thank you.
Thank you. And again, I want to remind everybody that we will be responding, but everybody gets a chance to talk first and then the commissioners will respond. So we are listening and we will comments after. Oh, we do. Oh, excuse me. Immediate previous speaker, could you come back? Oh, wait, you're still. Women in Purple. Hi, thank you. We appreciate your comments. We need your name for the public record, please.
My name is Lillian Marcella.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Williams, and I am the Executive Director of Foundations Preschool of Washtenaw County. Since 1934, Foundations Preschool has been serving the needs of Washtenaw County's children and families at risk by providing access to and direct services for high-quality early childhood education. We appreciate the county's acknowledgement of the need for families to have affordable access to childcare and the understanding that children are more likely to succeed in all areas of life with high-quality early education. One funding focus of the county's new Human Services Partnership Safety Net Grant was to support childcare scholarships and direct services. While I cannot argue against the recommendation the county has made to fund childcare network scholarships, I will state that giving all of the childcare funding to one organization creates an unbalanced allocation. This model creates a huge loss for formerly supported direct care providers who keep their tuition charges affordable through in-house scholarships for a multitude of low-income Washtenaw County families. This year, Foundations Preschool anticipates a need to provide nearly $1 million in tuition scholarships. These scholarships are funded through grants and donations. For the 21-22 school year, Child Care Network provided Foundations Preschool families a total of $27,000 in scholarships, which needed to be combined with our own in-house scholarships in order to create an affordable option for the families. Child Care Network scholarships alone cannot make up for the loss of funding from the county. Washtenaw County has been our largest grantor outside of the funding we receive from the state of Michigan. Not receiving this large county grant for the next 5 years will mean we will have to reduce our scholarship amounts for hundreds of families, and this would make childcare less affordable. These families who are not earning a livable wage will have to decide whether they can afford to work at all. For those who will continue to work, their children are at risk of being put into substandard care because a high-quality early educational setting will be out of their reach. Tonight, I ask this board to dedicate more funding for the Child Care Safety Net services. With this funding, Foundations Preschool will be able to sustain our scholarship program for accessibility to high-quality care and education for low-income families, increase our enrollment and serve more children at risk, provide the highest quality care and education for children who would not otherwise have access, and provide trauma-informed care and assistance with obtaining early intervention services. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jim Mogensen, and I'm a member of the faith community. I'm the faith representative on the Continuum of Care Board. I participate in the Food Policy Council Policy Action Team for Food Access. And I was there at the initial meeting when we created Religious Action for Affordable Housing. I've been doing this a while. My comments are, what's old is new again. Charles Thomas Jr., 50 years ago, before I moved to Washtenaw County, So the so-called radical Black activists and welfare rights organizers started entering churches in Washtenaw County, what predominantly white churches, didn't even sign up, went up to the pulpit, said, we need reparations. Eventually, the religious community responded, created the Interfaith Council of Congregations, which is not the Interfaith Roundtable, and it's not the Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice, different group. It was the United Way in the faith community, and it started with the idea of coordinated funding 50 years ago. But eventually it wasn't new anymore, and it was hard to get people involved, and that organization no longer exists. Back in 2009, we were having yet another conversation about public funding for human services, and I created the Red Ribbon Chart. If you type in my name, Jim Mogensen, and Red Ribbon Chart, it's still in an article in the Ann Arbor Chronicle, a picture of it. And it basically is to provide perspective. We spend too much time with pie charts, right? And all this kind of stuff, and we lose perspective. $1 million, if you have 1 foot, when you look at the whole thing, the whole budget of whatever it is, $80 million, $90 million, that's 90 feet. I presented it here. It goes out the back room. It came around. I almost gave the University of Michigan Regents a heart attack. We can't do this anymore. We should not be doing this anymore. There are citizens and taxpayers in Washtenaw County who pay a faith fee, an empathy surtax, or a volunteer contribution to a sinking fund. We need to have the public support for this. We cannot privatize it. I cannot raise enough money. We did prisoner reentry. I remember telling a state representative, if you do not continue having the funding from the Department of Corrections, we will no longer have reentry. Even though I was the president of Religious Action for Affordable Housing at the time, I told them we cannot raise that much money. But it went to the prison guards because of the union, understandably, and lo and behold, we weren't able to make that real. We need to find a way to recalibrate our public budgets. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Hoffer. I've lived in this town for 57 years. And the second job I had in my life was working for the county for a Department of Social Services. In that year, 1967, Protective Services was created. When people immigrated to Michigan, they usually came from Tennessee in a broken down car, hoping to get jobs in the auto industry. But they had no place to live and they had no food. So we swept in and we found them affordable housing. We gave them food stamps. We made sure the kids got into school. And think of where we are today, how segmented it is and how difficult it is for anyone to take responsibility. After I graduated from the social work school, it was the Great Society. So we created childcare centers that allowed preschoolers to get the same break that other kids were getting in our county. Think of where that is now. The night my son was born on July 2nd, 1969, I sat on a committee to establish the child care referral network, which at that time meant that mothers who wanted to work could exchange child care, paying with computer cards for the service of another mother so you could go to the dentist without having to hold the kid in your lap. I worked in the Ypsilanti with teen mothers who were thrown out of their public schools because they were pregnant. And we went to the state and said, we need these girls to be able to go to the local schools. And now they do. But we established the first infant care center in Washtenaw County. So these issues are very consistent. When I left social work, I sat on a state committee about foster care. The auto executives asked us, how many kids are in foster care in Michigan? And our answer was, we don't know. We don't have computers. We can't keep track of them. Well, a few years ago in my life as a Northwestern Mutual agent, I spearheaded the effort to find school bags for 800 homeless kids moving around from one family to the other. You know what people gave me? They gave me 3 notebooks and a pack of crayons. So I spent my whole life raising money. I'd like to know how many of you this year have written a check to a charity.
Thank you. We will respond after, but your time is up and I do appreciate what you've said. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sophia Savinicki, and I just want to offer one of the other people making comments today was talking about offering perspective, and I just wanted to tell a story about a close friend of mine. We actually met at work. We were both cashiers, and we worked together, and we had the classic like we were buddy. It was great. And he was like an Ann Arbor success story. He was like he grew up in kind of a, let's just say a domestic violence, and he went to high school, and we were in the same theater group, not at the same time, but and he wanted to be a researcher. And at the time that I met him, he was homeless, and he had been working very long hours for a few years already. And yeah, he'd been working very long hours for a few years already, and he had gotten to a point where he was staying at the Lona Center. It was the winter, it was warm in there, but he had some problems sleeping. So a lot of the time he would just go outside and just walk around. And during the summers, he would get, things would not be as comfy. He would end up sleeping in a sleeping bag, and in the forest, usually in like the Arb at night. And recently on the way to a new job in another state, he was robbed and beat up. So he can't walk anymore, and so he can't work. And there are a lot of, sorry, I'm getting emotional, but there are a lot of people like this downtown, people he might just walk past, who you might just say hello to, who maybe you give them $1, but the rest of their day they sit, and it's just, I really urge you to think about the people who don't have the abilities of the general working class and can't work when you're making these decisions about where you're going to put this money and what you're going to reallocate, because that demographic is really at the mercy of our government. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Linda Rama, and I'm a community member here in Ann Arbor. I'd also like to introduce myself as a person who's had experienced way too many years of dysfunction, unpredictability, tremendous amounts of fear, and inability to stay safe. These years accumulated to a lot of distrust in most people and institutions. Soon, I didn't even trust myself when I only had myself to. And I worked extremely hard to survive my demoralizing life from day to day, many times questioning whether I was doing the right things or all the wrong things. I'd go to school, work very hard, steal, cry myself to sleep, try hard to avoid chaos and negative stimuli, run unknown amounts of miles and in unfamiliar locations. but still get thrown into unpredictable and different problems. Were these my choices or expectations? Were these based on survival or desire? Were these coping skills or an attempt to somehow be normal, whatever that might be? The first and most vital sense of safety I ever experienced was when Avalon Housing gave me a key to my own apartment. I could choose what I wanted to do. Yet, this extremely overwhelming experience for someone who had gone most of their life without any options, this was an overwhelming stress. And this is where supported housing came into effect and was helpful. The Avalon support staff worked very hard to navigate through all these life initiations. My initial housing safety net was becoming stronger and stronger, even though I still had doubts about whether I was doing the right things. It was extremely challenging to identify with this new concept of safe, which I define in many ways as patient, respectful, effective communications, room to be free, dry and warmth, peaceful and meaningful and purposeful life. However, people's lives are uniquely different, and we all need a more wholesome approach to provide target support that would best serve individual needs. This includes housing with or without supports and many other safety net services that provide food, medical care, mental health care, substance abuse care, employment, etc. That so many people on the fringes of life are lacking. Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Administrator Dill. My name is Ellen Rabinowitz. I live in Ann Arbor and I'm a Washtenaw County retiree. It's been about 2.5 years since I've stood at this podium, and it's nice to be back, albeit in a different position. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of the Corner Health Center, where I'm temporarily serving as the interim executive director while the Corner searches for a new director. On behalf of the Corner, I want to start by saying thank you for your support. The Corner is one of the recommended grantees for the new Human Services Partnership. Our mission at the Corner is to inspire 12 to 25-year-olds and their children to achieve and sustain happy lives. We provide judgment-free, affordable health and wellness care and education. The Human Services Partnership funding will go a long way in helping us to serve our patients, and we're grateful for the support. At the same time, I stand here in support of the many other nonprofit human services agencies and the many, many people that they serve to urge you to restore their funding. With the recommendations before you to fund just 7 agencies for a total of $1.7 million per year, the impact on service capacity in the safety net is severely jeopardized. Our safety net exists as an interconnected system with service providers and their clients and patients inextricably linked. The service providers inextricably linked in service to our county's most vulnerable residents. Without funding support, thousands of our neighbors, including Corner Health Center patients who rely on these agencies, will go unserved. Without funding support, the already fragile safety net will be packed with holes. It's my understanding that when the new Human Services Partnership was announced, there was close to $3 million promised. The $1.7 million in grants before you tonight is about half of that. Further, the county has ARPA funds available to put toward this, as the city of Ann Arbor is doing. When I worked at the county and advocated for more resources for the health department, And by the way, I'm really happy to see that on your agenda tonight. When I worked for the county and advocated for more resources for the health department, you heard me say over and over and over again that the business of the county is health and human services and public safety and justice. Underscored by the ravages of the pandemic on our county's most vulnerable residents, there has never been a more urgent time for the county to do its work in the human services area. I know well your commitment to human services, and I know that you're already strategizing about how to increase funding. I understand you're going to act on a resolution tonight that will provide bridge funding. I applaud that effort, and I urge you to make good on that commitment to add more funding for additional human services providers. I urge you to find a structural solution to ensuring a fully functioning, high-capacity safety net. Thank you.
Hello, leaders. My name is Krista Garrity. I'm the Executive Director of Ozone House. I live in 48198 in the township off of Grove Road. This is my 26th year of service with runaway homeless young people. I am tired, as you are. Let's start with a little celebration. I've worked across the country in the South, on the East Coast, and I came back to Ozone House from the San Francisco Bay Area. And I tell you through this experience that we have a lot to be proud of in this community because of the inner workings of the integration of the safety net, and that does not exist in most places. So please be proud of them. I also want to encourage you in your positions to lean into integration. We need each other. You have to work together as government. You have to work with us. It's the only way. We can't do this alone. We cannot do this alone. I did not ask our staff or our young people to come here. They should not have to beg for their jobs or their housing. It's a testament that Brittany was here. I had no idea she would be here tonight. I think that says a lot about what we do to prevent long-term chronic homelessness, mental health in our community. I know that you guys will do the right thing, but I'm going to urge you to dig a little deeper and give until it hurts and believe that we can get over the hump of this. The other thing I want to say is I cannot provide stability to young people or our staff without stability. We cannot fight every day for money to do the most basic thing. 6 months, 6 months, 6 months, 6 months. We have to have stability. We're here to work with you. We need to work together. It is hard. It is painful. We are tired. It is uncomfortable. I cannot imagine telling another young person to sleep outside. I can't. We're doing it all the time. I can't take another, right? We can do this. We can do hard things. We cannot fight each other. We can do it. Please give until it hurts. Integrate, collaborate, celebrate. I am terrified. I am 26 years of doing this work. I'm a pretty tough cookie. I've seen a lot of shit. I don't want to be dramatic, but I am afraid of what we're going to see. Because by design, we don't see in this community what we see in most communities. So let's get the funding. Let's get more funding. Let's get over it so that we can have stability together and provide stability for our community. Thank you, Sue, and everybody.
Hi there, my name is Scott Ellis, a community member, and I also work at Ozone House. And like Brittany and Krista shared, we are a 24-hour youth crisis center here in the community, and we're the only 24-hour youth crisis center here in the community. And we primarily serve young people ages 10 to 24 who are experiencing homelessness or other serious types of crises. And because of being the only service provider for these young people, we're concerned to see that the new Human Services Partnership proposed funding does not include any support for youth experiencing homelessness, families experiencing homelessness, survivors of domestic violence. None of that is in there. And so even if there was great care taken in selecting the nonprofits, community service providers for this funding, there wasn't care taken in coordinating where the funding was going to go across county to make sure there weren't any gaps in services. For the past 10 years, Ozone House has utilized this consistent and predictable funding to serve over 400 young people each year experiencing homelessness in these types of crises. Cuts to these types of essential services will disproportionately impact young people of color. 80% of the youth at Ozone House are BIPOC youth. 40% of the youth at Ozone House are members of the LGBTQ community. I want to make one point to the commissioners that there's some options for additional funding from the Community Priority Fund. Commissioners should be aware that established local nonprofits were told to not apply for this funding because it was being prioritized for new grassroots local organizations who had never received county money before. So many of the service providers who are not being recommended right now for new human services partnerships did not even apply for that money because they were told not to. So just be aware that that's might not be an option to pull from to support these services. Yeah. So right now, like others, we're urging you all to immediately allocate the remaining American Rescue Plan Act funding to local safety net services. And we are also asking the board oversee a plan to build sustainable and predictable funding for the new human services partnerships that will adequately support all of our county's critical social safety net services organizations in a predictable and sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Lori Bennett. I live in Washington County. I'm a family nurse practitioner. About 6 years ago, I got COFU funding to start a project called F-Sharp that allowed us to provide healthcare in the family and youth shelters in Washington County, Alpha House, Safe House, and Ozone House. So for the past approximately 7 years, I have made weekly visits to all of these shelters. In the past 2 years, I just want to explain what these shelters have gone through with COVID. Every week I went, there was a new challenge. There was more need in the community, and the staff and administration of all these shelters pivoted daily to meet the needs of the community, to meet the needs of the staff, to get through COVID. And so here we are, thinking that we're coming out of COVID, and we're still faced with numerous challenges. And then to find that these organizations were not funded to the level that they deserve was really disheartening and very disappointing. So again, I urge you to restore and increase funding to these organizations. The staff, the administration, and the people they deserve, the people they serve need you to do that. The other thing I wanted to reinforce is Krista mentioned the grant process. The number of hoops that we jump through to write grants, to write grant reports, the amount of effort and energy and time and sleepless nights that people put into writing these grants. I don't think that that's understood also. So maybe we can simplify the grant process so that each time a new grant comes up, it's not the same thing over and over again, spending all this time writing these grants. So again, I urge increased funding to these organizations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Logan Nielsen. I implore you to recognize what safety is, as presented by all 31 safety net organizations that diligently applied for a large amount of available ARTA funds. Releasing funding to these agencies will enable them to address significant gaps in safety for everyone, We must recognize that the safety net organizations collaborate with each other to fulfill the overall mission of building an inclusive and equitable community, and that using ARPA funds to significantly increase their funding will enable all agencies to be the most effective when they're not fighting over available monies and struggling to prove the value of the work. We can get to the most important reasons of why they do all that they do. To support people like me and you, of course. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Audrey Patino. I'm the Executive Director of Avalon Housing. For many years, Avalon has received nearly $300,000, which paid for 5 case managers and $28,000 that we use for rent assistance in our rapid housing program, the only rapid housing program available in Washtenaw County for adults. And as a reminder, rapid housing is the most cost-effective solution to ending homelessness, and over 95% of folks stay housed. It's important to understand that Avalon houses our community's chronically homeless population, have complex needs, have experienced significant trauma, and are disproportionately impacted by systemic racism. We provide case management. We run 5 food pantries. We're a harm reduction safe supply site, not just for Avalon, but for the community at large. We ensure people have primary care in their homes. They won't go to a clinic. We hold vaccine clinics, do medication management, offer community programs to young people, and we're on call 24/7, 365. The list goes on and on. We have 176 units of new affordable housing in the pipeline at an all-time high in terms of our affordable housing crisis. I am here tonight in solidarity with everyone that Avalon and our partners serve, all of our neighbors who are currently experiencing homelessness, with parents who are sleeping in their car, with kids who have one more night paid for in a motel and don't know what's next. I'm here in solidarity with people who health is compromised because of long COVID, because they put off primary specialty care, because they've increased the use of substances to cope during the pandemic, because their mental health is decompensated, because their nervous system is on overdrive like the rest of us. I'm here in solidarity with people who are experiencing violence, people who are purchasing guns because they don't know what else to do, people who are perpetrators of violence because they didn't get help when they needed it. I'm here in solidarity with people who use drugs, who deserve clean supplies and Narcan. I'm here in solidarity with our neighbors who can't afford the rising cost of food and have to add getting to a food pantry on their already too long of a list of things to keep up with no surviving poverty. We're all working together here to support our neighbors in an underfunded social safety net of which you are not responsible for solely, and we all fully recognize. And we are meeting our neighbors in their resilience and in their persistent desire to have their needs met so they can realize the opportunities that should be afforded to all of us, no exceptions. And I am here tonight in solidarity with all of you who ran for office so you could do everything that you can to make Washtenaw County a place that we all want to call home. Putting enough resources into the safety net is a choice. It is not an easy choice. It is not a linear choice. It has not been an uncomplicated road that got us here tonight, and you know that. But we are asking you to do more, and I appreciate you identifying a long-term structural solution to do so. In 1 week, we housed an entire family, a young man who has been in our jail repeatedly, who WCSO has tried to help for years, and then his mom, who was sleeping in a car with 4 kids. She moved in the same week to a brand new apartment. He moved into his first apartment in his adult life. That is what happens when we fund the safety net. In solidarity, thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Schwartz. I am the Operations Director for Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. We were one of the 7 grant recipients for the safety net grants, and we thank you for that. That was a lot of hard work to submit those grants. And what I'd like to do is echo the sentiments of our partner, Corner Health, without going through the litany of everything. We, like them, support other organizations and work with other organizations like Ozone House, like Alpha House, like everybody else. And we need to have that support from all those organizations. We can't do this alone. And also what Krista said from Ozone House is that you can't keep begging for money. We have got to know that these funds are going to be there so that we can provide the services that we do to our clients. If we're constantly begging for money, it's taking away our resources in order to do our job. I think that that would be something that would be nice for all of you to see is what it takes to actually get money for our organizations so that we can keep them running and keep supporting our clients. So in solidarity for all the other organizations that were not funded, I urge you to please reconsider and give them the funding that they need so we can provide the best services that Washington County has. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justin Drown Phillips. I'm an area resident. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a social worker by trade, as well as I'm an advocate for concern. I recently moved here, let's say, November of last year, and needed to get my car repaired. And the vehicle was taken to the Mercedes-Benz dealer here in Ann Arbor. They committed fraud. That fraud was reported to the police. The police then colluded and committed fraud. That is Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department. It's quite strange that it occurred. I don't know these people. They don't know me. None of my family has been there before. We're actually new to this area. And when outreaching the police, they have been, again, colluded, inflicted emotional distress. It's undue harm, and it's absolutely terrible that it occurred. I've outreached the county commissioner for District 1, no reply. I've outreached the administrator, Dylan, no meeting request fulfilled, but he's been a lawyer to emails. Because of such, we're still victims. I'm still a victim. My vehicle is not repaired. It's just absolutely harrowing to know, to be a victim and to go to police who are there to serve and protect are not doing their jobs and act in concert to continuously collude. I've interacted with a Deputy Blue, Deputy Lisa First, Captain of Police Services, Nancy Hanson, Lisa First's supervisor, Joseph Bauer, Captain Flores, who's the commander of police services, and I've also sent 7 meeting requests for the actual sheriff of this county, who's an elected official, I believe. It's absolutely terrible to know that the county, I found, as well as the police, have thoroughly endorsed this behavior. I'm not the only victim. There's other people of color. There's other people who are not of color, who have been victims of their vehicles not being repaired and basically put in harm's way over and over and over again. And it should stop because it's unsafe to be driving a vehicle that is unsafe to drive. I have a 15-year-old. I moved to this area to aid my brother, who's a disabled adult. He's older than me. And to know that my vehicle is not repaired, to know that the county and the police are endorsing fraud, it's terrible. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yes, Chair. The first speaker will be Harvey Summers.
Welcome, Mr. Summers.
My name is Harvey Summers and I live at 2129 Autumn Hill Drive in Scioto Township. The Criminal Justice Collaborative Council continues to violate, as far as I can tell, 4 of its own regulations or agreements since it hasn't met in more than a year and only met twice all of last year. The violations: not meeting at least quarterly. That's part of the establishing regulation. Not meeting bi-monthly, a decision it made at its January 2021 meeting. Not having a consensus from its members before canceling meetings, not posting its draft minutes on its website, but that's not tonight's issue. The Friends of Restorative Justice, as I mentioned in public comments not long ago, more than a year ago, FORJ sent the commission a proposal for a restorative justice center with no response from the commission as far as I'm aware. Recently, I learned that the county transferred away a potential useful building this past month to Pittsfield Township. I'm curious, did anyone consider at all that space potentially being used for a restorative justice center? But that's not tonight's issue. Instead, I'm also speaking today to urge you to increase funding for the new Human Services Partnership Safety Net grants. The current recommendation to fund just 7 organizations, I'm told, with 1.7 million annually is not sufficient to meet the growing and unmet needs of our county's lowest income, most vulnerable community members, neighbors who are facing housing and food insecurity, homelessness, behavioral health, and physical health challenges that have only been made worse by the pandemic these last 2 years. I'm particularly concerned that Washtenaw County is proposing to defund critical homelessness services, including shelter for families, youth, and survivors of domestic violence. The funding being cut has historically supported the Ozone House to serve more than 400 young people each year, an example of a critical service. Cuts to these and other essential services will disproportionately impact young people of color in our county, given that nearly 80% of Ozone House clients are BIPOC youth. The services at risk have records of extremely high rates of success for young people. So I urge you to allocate the remaining ARPA funds to safety net services, including increased structural funding for the new Human Services Partnership as you develop a new 4-year county budget later this year. The county's allocation of funding to this partnership has not increased in the last decade, despite rising costs for nonprofits who are providing basic human services to our county's most vulnerable and lowest income community members. We all ask you to do more. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Eileen Spring.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm Eileen Spring. I'm from Food Gatherers, and I appreciate your time and efforts tonight at the commissioners, as I do always. Later this evening, you have 2 resolutions on your agenda regarding statewide investment in SNAP benefits and federal investments in the emergency food program. We advocate for these strategies in anticipation of the imminent benefits cliff people are facing as COVID supports recede, but the public emergency continues. Food Gatherers is very grateful to have received partial funding of our Human Service Partnership request. But I need to be honest with you and share, even with this grant, Food Gatherers' ability to provide healthy food to our network is at risk in the coming year, given inflation and well-publicized food shortages and continued supply chain issues. For example, Food Gatherers spent twice as the amount of money on protein in the first quarter of 2022 versus the previous year. Our transportation costs are up 20%. Even the cost of cardboard boxes have increased by 25%, essentially overnight. We provide the food to a network of 170 partner agencies at no or little cost to all of them. This network of pantries and distribution programs not only stayed open during the height of the pandemic, they significantly expanded services to our neighbors. Although we partner with so many organizations, about only 30 of them provide the majority of food distribution. Last year alone, we reached more than 64,000 different individuals who needed food assistance. Many of these organizations who are our high capacity partners are defunded by the recent decision of Human Service Partnership. So even though we have the food resources to share with them, we rely on their infrastructure, their case management, their social work skills, et cetera, to get the food to the people who need it most, whether that's in our rural communities or that's reaching really distinct populations served by homeless people, served by homeless organizations. This defunding of many of our key partners, which include the folks that are speaking tonight, CAN, Avalon, JFS, SOS, the list goes on, will greatly reduce access to healthy food for many individuals in the coming year. We are still experiencing much more demand for food assistance than we did prior to the pandemic. And I urge you to use the federal funds available to the county to invest more in the safety net services. Thank you so much for your work. And I appreciate all that you will do to help us navigate these difficult times. Thank you.
Chair, the next speaker is Margaret Wong.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, County Commissioners. My name is Margaret Wong and I live in Ann Arbor. I'm a taxpayer, a voter, and also a Board of Trustees member with Avalon Housing. I'm adding my voice to urge you to fully fund the new Human Services Partnership Safety Net grants. Washtenaw County's interdependent system of amazing human service providers must have this funding to meet the rising and unmet needs of our most in need community members. And there is such a range, which we've heard tonight. The current recommendation to fund only 7 organizations with $1.7 million annually is not sufficient. And it's also a significant reduction in scope from past funding. In 2018, COFU provided an annual $4.3 million in safety net funds to 36 agencies. Under the new structure, 31 organizations applied for a total request of $8 million. But as we know, only 7 were approved. But given that Washtenaw County has $40 million in unallocated American Rescue Plan Act funds, you could fill all 31 of these grant requests in full now. The pandemic has inflicted a terrible toll on us all, but especially on low-income and least resourced residents. As our nation struggles to recover, social and economic upheaval continues. Critically important relief such as eviction prevention funding is coming to an end and emergency food benefits are retracting, even as food insecurity grows due to historic levels of inflation. These urgent needs are not well served by the phased and tiered granting structure, nor by the reduced funding levels. I know that these changes will raise the demand for Avalon Housing's eviction prevention work, its case management of behavioral and physical health issues, its food pantries and other critical supports. The cost for nonprofits to provide basic human services to our county's most in need, lowest income residents is rising. As part of the Board of Commissioners work on a new 4-year county budget, I also strongly encourage you to increase stable structural funding for the new Human Services Partnership. The county's allocation to this partnership has not increased over the last decade. Please nourish our community's fundamental well-being by using this unallocated ARPA funding to respond to all 31 of these partnership requests in full now. And please go beyond, as a previous speaker said, give till it hurts. It benefits us all. Thank you so much for your service and for your consideration.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt public comment. It's now 8:15, and we've heard a lot of very caring, loving, impassioned, fearful, angry implorations that we should not defund the human services organizations that we have consistently been funding for years. And so I'm interrupting public comment just for a moment to let everybody know that I have a proposal in my hand that there's never been an intention to defund, and that if the board will approve it, which, you know, this is an open meeting, we'll have to talk about it, that we're here. We're not here to defund. I just want to tell people that because I hear the fear, and I'll just say it's affecting me as I'm sitting here because I know how hard I have been working to make sure that human services in this county are provided for our most vulnerable. And I know how much every single commissioner at this table cares about the people of this county. And again, I want to say that I understand that people have been told that we're here to defund tonight, but we are not. So with that, I will continue on with public comment. We will talk about this more as an agenda item.
Chair, there are still several people looking to speak. The next speaker is Adam Cecil.
Welcome.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Cecil, and I am a resident of Pittsfield Township, and I'm on the board of directors for the NASW the National Alliance of Social Workers. And I am here to request that we fully fund the 31 agencies who applied for funding under the new funding model and to make up the difference lost from private donors pulling out. These agencies should get 8 million between them, from what I understand, what they used to get, at least, if not more. The new funding model creates a battle of worthiness between vulnerable populations. And if you listen tonight, you heard it. Various people talking about funding older adults, funding developmental disabilities, funding homelessness, substance use, prisoner reentry. Please see me as worthy. Please fund me. Enough. We should not be forced to compete for worthiness in the eyes of commissioners, because all those populations are worthy and deserve support. Now, I recognize private funders pulled out, and I am here to say I do not care. Your predecessors devalued the public safety net and vulnerable when they decided to gamble with private funding on public services, because what you care about, you fund directly, you take responsibility for it. So I'm asking, please take responsibility now. Show true, progressive, democratic leadership and make up for the funding lost from the private sector. We need to clean up the mess created from that previous funding structure. And please end the culture of deflecting when it comes to the public safety net. This is a democracy, and the citizens of Washtenaw are clear. They want the commissioners to show ownership over the public safety net. And if you do defund the public safety net, I would ask that you hold explaining sessions for the community so you can explain to these populations why you view them as unworthy, because I'm sick of doing it on politicians' behalf as a frontline social worker. I'm certainly not paid enough to do it, but emotionally, I can't handle it. When I see the confusion in their eyes about how they think Washtenaw was a place that takes care of their own, only to learn our local leadership views them as potentially expendable, it's heartbreaking. And I'm speaking as someone that's had many of these conversations, working as a social worker in the hospital and outpatients. Time and time again, I've had to be the person to explain that the wait list for therapy at the Women's Center is too long, an agency that was not picked for funding, that the homeless shelter is full, that Home New Visions has a month-long wait to get into residential. And I'm asking that the commissioners show leadership on this, and that I'm encouraged to hear that there's drafts proposed. And I do think that if any, that it should be 8 million allocated, and anything less would be a reduction in services for our community. So thank you very much.
Chair, the next speaker is Young Chan Lim.
Welcome.
Hi all, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Young Chan Lim. I live in Ann Arbor. I'm a public policy student at the University of Michigan's Ford School. It's been a fairly amazing privilege to serve the SOS Community Services Board in the past year, and my comments today reflect my own views and no one else's. SOS Community Services, as you all know, is a human services provider in Ypsilanti, having existed for over 50 years successfully to support families and children, just in its homeless and housing support system, not including other operations and activities. It provides tangible physical goods like food, utility support, and also provides support groups for fathers and mothers. With teen pregnancies, homelessness, and domestic violence, and nationwide rising gas prices, lack of food, supply chain issues, and COVID exposure, this all impacts families' abilities to get to appointments, support their families, and work to no longer need assistance, which is their ultimate goal. SOS Community Services and other vital homeless and human services providers in the county absolutely needs and deserves the funding in order for more happy stories to unfold, such as a mother who bought her own house recently, or a family who welcomed a baby into the world and will continue to succeed and thrive with the help of the county support and their own diligence and hard work. We need to fund them. Our children, students, young adults, professionals, and older adults deserve more with our time, our labor, and energy than to advocate for their own livelihoods. Please consider fully funding the 31 organizations and nonprofits, such as SOS Community Services, who provide vital services for the county. Please fully support homeless families, children, and adults for their well-being, livelihood, and dignity. And I hear your directness to state that it isn't the council's intention to defund human services. You don't get brownie points for stating the intent. I and many advocates and community members with firsthand experiences won't really breathe a sigh of relief until you all put your voices and votes where your intention supposedly is. I very much appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the next speaker is Kayla Samuels, and there's currently one more speaker with their hand up following Kayla.
Thank you. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Board of Commissioners. My name is Kayla Samuels. Today, I'm speaking as both a private citizen living in Washtenaw County, District 6, and as an employee, supporter, and social worker of Community Action Network's Brick Community Center, which is located in Washtenaw County, District 5. Community Action Network, or CAN, envisions the closing of socioeconomic gaps by providing educational and enrichment programs for children and teens, supportive services for families who are under-resourced, and challenging systems rooted in racism and inequality. CAN provides critical resources to thousands of county families. Further, CAN's Brick Community Center, which is located in southern Ypsilanti in the Lincoln Consolidated School District, exists in a rural resource desert. As the director of Brick Community Center, I oversee our free year-round educational programming for under-resourced youth attending Brick Elementary School, a Title I funded school. In addition to our educational and after-school program and summer camp, we also provide free food pantry services to upwards of 60 families per month. I appreciate the comment from the commissioner letting us know that they're not here to defund public services tonight. However, like many who've spoken before me tonight, I'm going to move forward with my comment to urge you to dedicate more funding to the new Human Services Partnership Safety Net grants. The current recommendations to fund just 7 organizations with $1.7 million annually will not suffice to meet the growing and unmet needs of our county's lowest income and most vulnerable community members, many of whom are facing housing and food insecurity, homelessness, and behavioral health and physical health challenges that have been significantly exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm asking you to do more today. I have seen firsthand the positive impact that our programs have on families and children in Ypsilanti, and I fear the detrimental impact that the lack of funding from the American Rescue Plan Act for CAN would have on the communities we serve. As both a social worker and a member of the community, I feel it's my responsibility to make you aware that the negative impacts of this resolution would have on our county's most vulnerable populations. Please allocate the remaining American Rescue Plan Act funds to safety net services. Additionally, I'd encourage the board to develop a plan to increase structural funding for the new Human Services Partnership. The county's allocation of funding to this partnership has not increased in the past 10 years, despite sharply rising costs for nonprofits to provide basic human services to our county's most vulnerable and lowest income community members. As you develop a new 4-year county budget later this year, I appeal to you and your integrity as our county commissioners to advocate for and lead a much needed and long overdue increase to the annual funding allocation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chair, several more folks have raised their hands. The next speaker will be Renee Kemp.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Renee Kemp, and I am a Washtenaw County resident. My current address is of Dexter, and I've lived in Washtenaw County my whole life, although I'm only in my 20s. But I just wanted to come tonight to speak, as so many others have, to the fact that that these agencies are facing defunding, and to the commissioner's point, just in case maybe it's not the same to you, but not fully funding is defunding, especially in the eyes of those that are not receiving the funding that they have in previous years and the funding that they need to help those most vulnerable in our community. These safety net grants are the things that help us to provide the very needed services to those in our community that are facing homelessness, to those in our community that are facing food insecurity, that are not able to send their children to childcare, and so many other very needed things. And so I just really wanted to come and implore you to reconsider and to do your duty as the Board of Commissioners to look at this again, because this proposal of the bridge grants and these other things they're just not enough. especially during this time of COVID, and the increase of consumers at all of these agencies that have come to you asking for funding, that have come to you begging on their knees, trying to help those in the community. Please reconsider and please help those most vulnerable in our community. The county is watching. We're all driving by the signs in the yards for state representative for all of these different things. And we are watching and we are begging and we are trying to help those in most need. I myself work at Washtenaw County, the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County. Very thankful that that SOC was on the list of those being funded. But, certainly if Ozone House and other places aren't funded, we will see those repercussions of that. We will have more consumers coming through our doors because of places like Ozone House and other places not being fully funded. And the domino effect will fall very quickly. So please reconsider.
Chair, the next speaker is Amanda Carlisle.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and county staff. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Amanda Carlisle, and I am with the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, working with our community partners to end homelessness in the county. In May of 2021, the WHA sent a letter to coordinated funding leadership expressing our concern about the end of coordinated funding. Our requests at that time were fourfold. One was continued funding for a year through June 30th of this year at 100% for agencies that currently had received COFU funding, which you all ultimately did provide. Thank you. Two was community input and a transparent design process about the future of human services investments in the county. Three was a Board of Commissioners working session to provide meaningful engagement with service providers about critical safety net services. And four was a commitment to ongoing and increased investment in safety net services and investment in the operations of service providers by all COFU partners. You have heard from many of us tonight and in recent days that the current recommendations for the Human Services Partnership Safety Net Service grants are inadequate to support the social safety net in the county. We are already seeing the ramifications of a recent closure of an emergency shelter for families here. Today, I was contacted by county CMH staff about several homeless families with young children sleeping in their cars. And we are working across systems and with many partners to help them get them off the streets and into a hotel, and then ultimately safe and affordable housing. I know you all have been working tirelessly to come up with a solution that more robustly supports the social safety net and the people who need these services the most in our community. I am so thankful for your partnership to resolve this, and I'm eager to learn tonight how to provide sustainable long-term funding for the critical programs in the community. Like we did when we sent that letter to you a year ago, we ask that you please include your nonprofit community partners in future discussions about community need and safety net responses. We know that working together is the best way to support our lowest income, most vulnerable community members. Thank you again for all your efforts on this.
Thank you.
Chair, the next speaker has identified themselves as Gigi.
Gigi, welcome. We need to hear your first and last name and the city or township.
My name is Angela Edwards, and I live in Washtenaw County in Ann Arbor.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Hi. So I live in the Bryant community and have used CAN in the past 3 years and have used the community kitchen. I work at a local grocery store, and I would not have been able to survive without them during the pandemic as a single mother. Have not gotten food there. So I just want you to know that this funding cannot go away. It can't. For all the people in all the organizations, it just can't. It's bullshit if it does. I'm so sorry. And that's all I have to say. I just am so grateful that I was able to feed my kids. And thank you to our person there from Bryant Community Center and CAN, because you really did save us. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
Chair, there's currently just one more person with their hand up. It's Dan Pipio. Oh, there's been another.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Dan Pipo.
Good.
I live in Ypsilanti, in the city of Ypsilanti, and I'm an ER social worker at St. Joe's. I am very pleased to see so many and hear from so many different people that have come out to speak out against this defunding. And I really, it's encouraging to me that I live in a community where so many people care about this issue and that have taken time out of their busy schedules working with a lot of these people that are both homeless, that are in reentry programs, that are mentally ill and are dealing with substance use, and to come out and speak on this very important topic. My biggest concern is why did this ever get to this point where we all had to come and do this? And why did we all have to come here to be able to say that this should never have gotten on the agenda to begin with? And I would just leave it with that, is that all of these organizations should be funded, and that is what keeps our community safe. It also keeps our community members, allows them to have the resources that they need to be able to survive in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the next speaker is Dan Kelly.
Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for having me. Good evening, Board of Commissioners and County Administration. I'm Dan Kelly, Executive Director of the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County, also known as the Delana Center. Over the last few years, we've been incredibly appreciative of the ongoing support from the county, including the Office of Community and Economic Development, to serve some of our most vulnerable neighbors to meet their basic needs. The shelter is extremely supportive of utilizing any additional ARPA or other available funding to increase the overall available support in the Human Services Safety Net Partnership. It's imperative that we support our critical safety net organizations. Specifically, increasing support for these safety net organizations is so important as the need has increased substantially over the last several years. This includes an increase in mental and physical health challenges of those we serve, as well as a marked increase in substance use. It's critical that we come together at this time and work together as a community for more to increase support for housing services, food support for domestic violence survivors, and low-income adults and children. Thank you so much for the continued support, and we really are very supportive of increasing this social safety net at this time. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker with their hand up in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move on to commissioner response, and this may take a little while also. Commissioner Labarre.
Thanks, Chair. And I will try and move as quickly as I can. Obviously, I think everybody's going to want to share their thoughts. One, I appreciate folks who have come out tonight and spoken here and via Zoom. Two, I appreciate the folks who have emailed into us. I know we have all gotten numerous emails. Quickly, on a senior millage is a great idea, and this is absolutely not the time to do it. And the reason for that is not because we shouldn't do it at some point, but because we need enough time to fully activate every county department and office to understand exactly how, if we got an additional $8 million, which is $500,000, how would we best maximize that funding, and how would we use it not just for senior services, but to leverage federal dollars like we've done with the mental health and public safety millage with CCPHC. So I'm open to that conversation. I'm not at this time open to competing with what is likely going to be a $1 million ask from City Council for climate change, and what is going to be and is a 1.2 mil increase for the ride in August. I don't think that will help our case. I hope we will take that back up in 2023. On the funding issue, Chair, I thought you said it succinctly. we're gonna fund these things, I think, for another 6 months. That is not my proudest moment in terms of process, but I think it will be effective in terms of providing a stopgap. To the folks who have asked us to spend ARPA dollars, I outlined in an email last Friday night, we have several options. ARPA is the easiest to do, and it is not sustainable, and it will go away. If we're serious about this, I think we need to do a few things. One, acknowledge that the new Human Services Partnership was designed to try and address some of the shortcomings that we saw in the COFU process, i.e., even though we tried to depoliticize human service decisions and who got funding, what we managed to do was move the politicization from this table and other tables of elected bodies to a somewhat more insular table in terms of the nonprofit community and who was in the room and who had been funded in the past. NHSP is designed to try and get different outcomes. It is using different metrics, specifically the infusion of racial equity on the front end rather than on the back end. It is worth trying that out and doing it and committing to it and upping our allocation, which I'm pleased to see this resolution would do. Two, I think we should structurally fund basically what's on this sheet of paper, which really equates to about $3 million a year. Where we get that funding, that is going to be one hell of a fight within this organization in this community. Every other county priority is going to have to compete with that, with these services for that funding. I think it's worth doing. The only thing that I ask is that we stop referring to Washtenaw County's human services funding in the same language in terms of innovation as we have in the past. Because to be totally candid, we're not making full use of every resource at our disposal that we are trying to do with coordinated funding. We're simply meeting the needs that we know exist in the community with the entities that we have established relationships with, meeting them. And that's okay. I always like to quote Harry Hopkins, or I'm blanking on his name, but he was ag secretary during the Great Depression. And he made the point that, yeah, if you slow down, you'll save a lot of money in the long run. And his response was, people don't eat in the long run. And sometimes that's just what we've got to do. I think we should just take the next 6 months and do it and not try and church it up as the best process or the greatest innovation, but just do it. And the final thing I'd say is, I'll vote accordingly on that. I just want to say what gets lost in all of this is that the Office of Community and Economic Development has been habitually treated as a catch-all department in Washtenaw County. That is, it is not governed like by state code, like public health and mental health are. And it is not a program or an entity that has such a defined track record in specific area, one or two, but rather it's got a wide swath. And wherever we can't come up with, hey, where do we put something? Inevitably, it tends to end up in OCED. I want to just publicly thank their staff for the work they do. And I think that needs to be said, because those are the same staff that going forward are going to do the work that we're going to fund tonight. So I want to affirm my support for them, and I want to give them the strongest hand to play. Finally, colleagues, this is not a perfect process, but I think at the end of the day, if we do this, the fundamental question of, did we as commissioners meet our moral obligations to the community, to ourselves, and most importantly, to our residents, to do what was right, what was just, and what was necessary as it comes to human services, we can answer, yes, we did. It wasn't pretty, but we got it done. So I will vote for it later tonight. I appreciate the public input. Chair Schenk, I appreciate the myriad things you have on your plate and your leadership in this process. I look forward to my colleagues' comments. Enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeVar. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you earlier too for making it clear to the audience that we do have this resolution that we're taking a look at and that we're going to have this conversation later. I'm encouraged to see how many people are really fired up and passionate about our human services in the county. It's a really tough situation with funding and what the funding looks like, and then the landscape with partners not at the table that used to be at the table. I think received, probably all of us got like 100 emails. I was trying to count how many we had. I put a little flag next to them. I was counting. I was like, wow, that's a lot of emails all about this. And there's a lot of people here. There are a lot of people online to talk about this. One sentiment that I did hear from a lot of the comments is people tend to know that we in Washtenaw County value human services. I mean, I don't think that people think they were going to come here and we were saying, no, we're going to try to stop this. So some of the comments seemed that way. But I'm really grateful to the things that Commissioner Labar has said now and over the weekend. I talked to a few of the people that have made comments today over the weekend, and county administration and board leadership and staff really worked hard to craft the proposal that we're going to take a look at later on in the agenda. And I think that's just affirmation that we are all dedicated to this work. As a social worker, I bristle at people saying that we're trying to defund human services. I mean, that's absolutely not the case here. I'm a bit disturbed that that's what the narrative became, and that's clearly not the case, and that's not something I would certainly support. So I'm excited to see us have the conversation. I'm certainly supportive of it. I expect that everyone here is probably very supportive of it, with some additional comments and concerns that we're going to have to address. And then we do have the remaining 6 months of the year to work out a platform and path forward that's more sustainable. Like Commissioner Labar said, if we were just going to throw ARPA dollars at it, then we'll have the same conversation next year, right? And then we won't have that money again. So if we're going to figure out how we solve this problem, it has to be a sustainable, more permanent solution to funding these critical services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Other commissioners? Commissioner Sanders.
I want to first address the young man that spoke about his concerns regarding his vehicle. I'm not sure if this is the right place, but I believe the Economic Justice Unit in the prosecutor's office might be able to provide you with some sort of guidance regarding that issue. So I guess I want to address the residents of Washtenaw County. And as someone who has in the past had to utilize human service support as a single mother, I want to make it clear that I, as a commissioner, am supportive of the residents and their needs. But I also want to make it clear that I have expressed concern, and I don't think I'm the only one, but I have expressed concern about the metrics, the reporting, the proof of effectiveness related to some of the nonprofits in the county. We have attempted to redesign the process for how funding is provided to the nonprofits to make sure that we are addressing some of the racially systemic issues that have been going on in this county for a very long time. And the difference between agencies and where they're located, who they're hiring, and who they're serving, and their request for funding. And as I sat here and listened to what I thought was a tremendous amount of public comment and welcomed, actually, I took the time to try and go through some of the websites for some of the nonprofits that were not funded. And it was disturbing, the lack of reporting that is showing up, or the lack of current reporting that is showing up on their web pages. They either do not have an updated annual report, their 990s are not up to date, or there's no information at all. And so I don't want anyone to walk away misconstruing the process that has been created. We asked for input from the community so that they would be the reviewers of these proposals. None of the commissioners. We asked for reviewers, a wide breadth of reviewers. They came up with decisions about who to fund based on the funding that they were provided. And I respect their decisions. I'm not saying that the other nonprofits are not in need to service our residents, but there has been a concern, at least on my part, that perhaps they are not as accountable as they should be. So having said that, I want the residents to know no one is trying to, I don't want to use the word desert. We care about you, but we also want to make sure that the agencies that are representing you here today, and it was not lost on me, unfortunately, that I didn't see any diversity in the speakers. Now, perhaps we didn't reach out to more people to have them come and talk to us. I hope that's not the case, but it would have been nice to see more of a rainbow representation in the breadth of public comments that we received. There was a mention of grant writing. I have enough experience with that to not be dangerous, but to have a clue about how worrisome it can be. But grant writing is a way of requiring accountability. So it's a lot of work. Sometimes not for a lot of money, but it is a way of trying to make those applying for the funds accountable, to give you detailed information about what they're saying they're going to do with that money. So that's one of the things that I wanted to address. And then the other more glaring and not accurate is that I was on all 4 of the calls that we had for the Community Priority Fund. Nonprofits were not told not to apply. That's not accurate. And if you want to check it out, you can just pull up the recordings. They were recorded on purpose. People were instructed that if they had questions, they needed to email them so that we would remain transparent, that there was proof of all of the proceedings that took place. So that is not true. What they were told is that priority would be given to those agencies that did not previously have contracts with the county. And that was purposeful, to make sure that there is increased equity, which has not existed. So that needs to be corrected. And for at least one of the many outreaches that were made to me about this funding concern, I asked if that agency would please provide me with their application that they submitted. I got a response back instead that they just wanted to talk to me. Why can't I see the application? If you're saying that you think that you were not fairly funded, show me what you submitted so I can look at it and be able to ask some more questions. So the last thing that I'm going to say, I asked for some data very hurriedly that I have not had a chance to go through because I literally got it just hours before this meeting. And I asked for it today. So in fairness, they did do the best they could to get it to me. Out of 32 organizations that are listed, all but 3 list BIOPIC under the population served. But it doesn't seem to match up with the public comment that we received. And so I just need to lay it out there and be clear that, at least from my standpoint, I am looking for more accountability from the nonprofits about who they're hiring and who they're hiring to serve people that they're serving with the funding that they get. So I just wanted to put that out there. I was listening and doing homework at the same time. And so if perhaps any of these nonprofits are on this list, I would urge you to go to your website and try and get your stuff updated. Because I'm going to be looking as we proceed forward to see if anybody can go to your website and get an understanding of what you do, how accountable you are, and how transparent you are about the funding that you receive, not just from the county. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Anyone else? Any other commissioners? Commissioner Beaman and then Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank everyone for public comment this evening. I know how terrifying it can be to speak in front of a board, and echoing my fellow commissioners that we hear you and we wish to provide services to every resident of Washtenaw. And that is what I'm going to speak to for a minute, is to implore my fellow commissioners as we look at this and as we look at this list, there are areas where there isn't going to be any other service. And I'll just speak for my district, one that's on here, Manchester Community Resource Center. That's all we got. We don't have anything else. We don't have any other resource. We don't have any other shops set up to help the rural residents with food, with healthcare, with so many different services that they provide. So I do implore us, as we listen to those who are here and who could come here and could take public transportation to be here and had broadband to access Zoom, that there are some residents that don't and can't, and they need services as well. And we need to look at this with a broad lens in terms of when it's the last resource available, what can we do? So thank you again to everyone who spoke. And I would ask all of you to listen to the very end of the resolution with the "be it further resolved" section, where we commit, hopefully commit to finding additional solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just, I'm a storyteller. So let me tell you, when I decided to run for the county, people asked me, why county commission? So to that end, I answer like, look at me right now. I was up at 5:30 today and I worked 10 hours of my 12-hour shift in the ICU. I got a sub for my last 2 hours so I could make sure I was at this meeting. And I do what I do both as a nurse and as a commissioner because I am passionate about caring for people. It's been who I've been my whole life. My parents will tell you about things I did as a child. I want to make sure people are taken care of and get the services that they need. I know that I don't get brownie points, as somebody said, for saying that, but I do try to live that every day of my life in both my profession and my civic service here. So I don't think I'm just saying it. I believe philosophically that one of the reasons we live in community and one of the roles of government is to support people. That's why we live together. If we didn't care about taking care of people or being with other people, we wouldn't live in community. And that's why I'm doing what I can to try to support people. That's why I ran for the county, because the county is, as Alan Rabinowitz said to us tonight, it's about health and human services and serving people. And that's why this has felt like always such a good fit for me. So I do want to try to figure out how we can sustainably support safety net services. It's not just something I'm saying, like, I mean, I was up, I had to get up at 5:30, but I was still up at 2 in the morning, waking up thinking about what are we going to do to try to fund human services and make sure people have the safety net services that they deserve. Because the stories that people tell of the safety net services that impacted their lives, like I think it's Brittany, I think I wrote your name down wrong at one point. I think I said it was Ricky, but I think it's Brittany. Like, I mean, that's a great story. Like, I want everybody to have a story like that. And I don't want to defund any services or not fund anything so people can't have that same success story. That's an inspiration about you and about services that we have in this county. So I think tonight's additional resolution is a good start, but like Krista Gertie said in her comments too, we can't do like 6 months and 6 months and 6 months. The kind of existential ontological crisis that the nonprofits have when it's 6 months and 6 months and 6 months. I cannot even imagine the pit in the stomach of people running those nonprofits thinking like, the 6 months is almost up. What's going to happen? One of the nice things about having a regular job is that you know you're going to get paid every 2 weeks. It's like a thing every once in a while when I feel like, oh my God, I can't afford this. And I remember I've got a paycheck coming in. And the nonprofits want to feel that way too, that they have something sustainable to count on. And I agree, if we think that the safety net services are important, we have to come up with a structural way to fund it, because ARPA is a Band-Aid. It's not sustainable. And if we use ARPA here, it's just kicking the can down the road. So I'm happy we have a solution for tonight, but we got to work quickly to try to find a sustainable solution, whether that's structural funding through us in a longer term, thinking about, as I've said time and time again, trying to create some kind of pilot program, payment in lieu of taxes, for some of our nonprofit entities here in the county to try to contribute to helping us, to have other municipalities and townships contribute to this fund. That would be huge, because it can't all just be the county and the city of Ann Arbor. We have to come together in a coordinated way. I know that I think everybody I'm looking at this table agrees with me. And so we'll go forward from here and we'll try to figure out a way to make sure that nobody here in Washtenaw County slips through the net, that we want that net to be tight enough that we catch everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me thank everyone that came tonight and spoke and gave their time to deal with issues which are critical for them and for all of us here in the county. And also those who sent emails and those who sent out telephone calls. There were so many. Apologize for not answering, but I wanted to tell you today through this meeting that I heard the voicemails, I read the emails, and I also spoke to a couple of people. And I just got the gist of everything that was being said about the difference now between COFU and the new Human Services Program. So I know we are going to do something tonight for 6 months, and it's like kicking the can down the road, but it's different because we're putting together a new process, a criteria for funding in those last 2 6-month rounds. But this one is one so that we can look at now, what is it that we can do? Because here we are, remember in 2019, after allocations were made in COFU, there were still some nonprofits that came forth to us for funding. And it was said at that time, and it's been said now, that we have a process of funding and allocation of nonprofits for the services that our citizens need. If we're going to allocate funds after that process is done, then we need to relook at, is this something that we want to continue? Because if there is a process and then we now are going to continue to give, as it was said earlier, allocations that are going to organizations that did not fit the criteria, then why are we having the criteria in the human services program? So there is 6 months for us to think about all of that and to talk about it and to come up with a viable solution to give this community what it needs in order to have people thrive and live in a comfortable way. We definitely are welcome input during this 6 months on what those who have spoken and those who haven't spoken may think would be great solutions for this as we go into this next 6 months. So we are definitely a board of commissioners who has been very in all kind of ways, very a bunch of us have been a group of people who have looked at the human services and made sure that we could find ways to deal with them. Now, as far as those who came and spoke about the millage for elderly, we have a conversation about that also going on, but we have to find a way to deal with that. I recall when we were looking for developers to deal with a property in Ann Arbor on Platte Road, that we had 3 proposals that came back. One of them proposed senior housing, several units of senior housing, which was favorable to me because I see the increase of the elderly in this area, but I don't see any increase in dealing with how we're going to support their needs. So yes, we're looking at that. It's something that needs to be discussed honestly and openly and transparently so that we can find a way to help our seniors deal with these crises that they're running into on a daily basis. So just again, thank everyone for coming and making sure that your voices are heard, and that that process that we're going into for the next 6 months will be something that we can deal with, not only ourselves, but this entire community. We all have to work together. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Jefferson. Okay, so now it's my turn. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight and thank everybody who emailed us. I think I got well over 100 emails in support of funding these organizations. But one thing that disturbs me about that is that many of the people were angry that we were defunding, that we'd already made a decision to defund organizations. And we had not, we still haven't, right? We're gonna vote on some proposals tonight. But I know that there's an organization who put out the alarm call that we were defunding these organizations. And I want to suggest caution. This board, as many have suggested, is very committed to human services. It is a struggle sometimes. There are some state laws and regulations that get in our way, some federal regulations that get in our way of funding things that need more funding, frankly, especially around CMH. I became a county commissioner because I do care, and because I wake up in the morning, and this is no joke, I wake up every morning and say, what can I do to make life in Washtenaw County better? So when I'm getting 100 emails saying, why are you defunding human services? It's really hard. And I'm telling you this, not because I expect anyone to feel sorry for me. I'm telling you this because I want to remind everybody that every single commissioner is a person who loves and is loved, and who loves this community and is working hard for this community. And if another thing like this comes up, please remember, we are here for the people and we are here to do the work. It is going to, we've said a couple times, it's going to be difficult to figure out the structural funding. Coordinated funding, COFU, went away because a couple of funders pulled out. The city of Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County have stepped into that void. And it hasn't been graceful. It hasn't been easy, but we have done it and we are going to continue to do it. And we're going to figure out a better way. We're working on it and it's hard. Like you can say, I support human services funding. It's a whole nother thing to dive deep into the budget and figure out where does that come from. Commissioner Labar alluded to that a bit. We're going to do that work and it's going to take a bit of time. And my goal, my personal goal, and I believe that it's shared by a number of commissioners, is that should be structural funding that shows up in the budget. I have concerns about whether any kind of a coordinated competitive funding can really provide the stability that we're looking for here. At the same time, I do think it's incredibly important that we have data and metrics to show that organizations are effectively providing services in an unbiased way that is consistent with the county's mission and our policies around equity. And I'm not saying that anybody's not. I'm just saying that that's my belief about how things should work. So we haven't cut any funding. I don't believe, based on the comments I'm hearing around this table, that anybody is planning on voting against the resolution later. I certainly support funding human services and finding a way to fund them more even perhaps than we are. And I do want to note, because there's been a little bit of like, maybe a bit of worry about what ARPA has been going to. It's mostly been going to human services. So please keep that in mind. And we're trying with the ARPA funding to do some work that needs to be done to change generational opportunity in this county so that people have more opportunity to live the lives that they want to live. Somebody asked, well, then, you know, if we all care so much, how did we get here? And it's been my intention to up the allocation to the new human services partnership into human services at the same time as these decisions were being made. And I just want to tell you again, reminder, we're all people here. We have had so many staff who've had COVID in the last couple of months. People are just kind of disappearing for a week and a half at a time. And that's made it difficult to do everything as well as we would like. So I think tonight we're going to get it all back together by the time we take our votes, and hopefully that the same organizations that put out the call to crisis will put the same energy into telling the community that we're working on it, we're here together, and we're working together. And then I want to address a couple other sort of, so I'm done with that part of it, and address a couple other things that were said. In terms of the CJCC, today I received a letter from the chair and the vice chair that they have given notice of their resignation. I appreciate their service, and we'll have to see where we go next with that, but I want you to know that that has happened. And then also that it's my understanding that the county administrator has been working with members of Friends of Restorative Justice to see whether the county could provide some space. So it isn't that the county's turning its back on restorative justice, not at all. But again, kind of like finding structural funding, finding space to house a restorative justice center is a lot of work. And there's, you know, there are multiple needs in terms of space in our county. And so there's no turning of the back. We are working with and for that. Another statement that was made was that there has been a building was transferred to Pittsfield Township. There has been a request about some cooperation there, and there have been some discussions, but we are not even close to a decision. As far as I know, we've just been notified that that's even an option. So I think it's important. I know I've gone and talked to boards and had people say that what I was saying was misinformation. So I never want to say that. At the same time, I do want to say it's really important that we make sure that we have a shared set of facts, right? Because when we don't, things can go really off the rails and people can feel real fear that they didn't need to feel. And so I'm concerned about that. And I do think, you know, we'll keep striving. We've upped our public engagement and our information quite a bit. And again, I'll say partially we're struggling because of COVID. But I just want to say we care here. We really care a lot. This board does. And I will disagree with my colleagues on things sometimes, but I will never disagree that every single one of us cares and works overtime to try to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support the residents of this county. And if we're missing the mark, please tell us. We're here to hear it, obviously, tonight. We heard a lot of it. But I just want you to know that we really do care, and it's important to us. So thank you. That concludes my remarks. And we will now move on to liaison reports. Do we have any? Okay. We have a special order of business, so I would ask if somebody could move the special order of business, please. So we have public hearing to receive comment on a proposed brownfield plan for 3874 Research Park Drive in Ann Arbor, also known as Sartorius. So I'm going to open that hearing. Does anyone give public comment on that? Okay, we'll just give it a moment. All right, I'm going to shut that public hearing. Next, we have a public hearing to receive comment on the proposed 2022 Washtenaw County millage rate. Is there any comment on that? All right, close that public hearing. Thank you. Next, looking for someone to move the appointments.
So moved.
Any comment on a resolution appointing members to the Washtenaw County Youth Commission? We had a presentation by the Washtenaw County Youth Commission at working session. Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. I am now looking for someone to move the consent agenda.
Support.
Any discussion or wanting to pull anything out? Okay, Mr. Mulcahy, will you please, take a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against, please say nay. Next, we'll move on to the resolutions. Would somebody please move the first reading resolutions? Commissioner Labar?
I move 1A, the resolution adopting a gender affirming policy.
Any discussion? Commissioner Scott?
I would very much like to thank people who worked on the gender affirming policy work group, including Michelle Billard, Peter Lindeman, Elise Asbury Plain. I'm going to forget everybody, which is horrible. I should know everybody's name. I was at some of those meetings. A lot of very hard work and very thoughtful discussion went into coming up with this policy. Please, commissioners and public, read it carefully. I think it is really on the cutting edge of making sure that we're recognizing people for who they are here at the county. And I believe it can serve as a template for both organizations and other government entities, not only in the state of Michigan, but across the United States. And I think that it is fantastic that we have this at our table tonight on June 1st, the first day of the month of Pride. So here's my little rainbow pride. And so I'm very excited that this has come to us, and it is really something laudatory for us to celebrate tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. And I also want to thank you for your hard work on this. Okay, this is a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone against, please say nay. The motion carries. Looking for someone to move the final reading resolutions. Commissioner LeVar.
Thanks, Chair. I move final reading resolution starting with A, which is a resolution to adopt the Brownfield Plan 3874 Research Park Drive. B, which is the ratification of the submission and signing of the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation 2022 Resilience Fund grant. C, which is a resolution approving the purchase and installation of the recording system at 14A District Court and Trial Court. D, a resolution authorizing the creation of risk manager position for Corporation Counsel. E, resolution reaffirming and adopting an updated deficit elimination plan for CMH. F, a resolution approving the non-structural adjustment to the 2020 general fund budget. G, a resolution setting the 2022 county millage rate at 6.8343 mils. And Corporation Counsel, should I move under final reading then the supplemental resolution that was referred, or third, or excuse me, for single reading?
Single reading.
Okay, that concludes the chair.
Any discussion or wanting to pull anything out? Oh, okay. We need to pull out the deficit elimination E, the deficit elimination plan, because we addressed that at the special meeting.
Commissioner Labar, would you modify your motion with support from Commissioner Scott?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion now? Okay. Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Items passed.
Thank you. Next, we have the single reading. Will someone please move those? Commissioner Labar.
Single reading A, the resolution amending the health department allocation for ARPA to add the 8 FTE. B, a resolution approving a grant amendment for the weatherization program under OCED. C, a resolution approving the 22-23 annual action plan and authorizing the board to sign, the administrator to sign and the chair to sign. D, a resolution to approve the minor amendments for the Washtenaw County Urban 2019-2020 Action Plan. E, a resolution approving the final recommendation of award recipients for RFP 8311, the Human Services Partnership 2022 Safety Nets Program. F, a resolution authorizing the implementation of financial framework for the new countywide classification and compensation program. G, a resolution amending the 2022 through 2025 general fund budget. H, a resolution approving the midpoint hire of Terry DeLongchamp as IT operations manager. I, a resolution advocating for Michigan to cap payday lending at 36%. J, a resolution to support state of Michigan using ARPA funding to lessen the impact of the end of the emergency allotment of food assistance program for households eligible for minimum benefit. K, resolution to support action by Congress and the U.S. Department of Ag to increase funding for the TEFAP program. L, a resolution declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Washtenaw County. M, a resolution to recognize a plaque unveiling and dedication ceremony at Forest Hills Cemetery commemorating the service of 2 Continental Army service members. N, a proclamation recognizing County Treasurer Catherine McClary and probate judge Julia Eisel for accepting the Darrow Harris Award for the Home for Generations program. My apologies to the judge. That is a difficult last name. O, a proclamation recognizing Washtenaw County Corporation Counsel one Michelle Billard for her nomination for Crane's Business 2022 Notable Persons in Corporate Counsel Award. And then claims, we have A and B, A through the date of May 11th and B through May 2025. That concludes, Chair. Oh, and let me not forget the resolution we previously referenced to increase the annual contribution to support the new Human Services Partnership and fund an additional 6-month transition grant for previous COFU grantees not receiving NHSP dollars.
I'd like to pull F, please.
I'd like to pull P.
I'll put I.
Can we pull J and K for that matter then too?
My goodness. Okay,
Sorry.
it's fine. I just JKL. Okay, it sounds like we're working on the alphabet tonight. Okay, so all the ones that we didn't pull, is there any discussion on those that we're considering as a package? So everything other than F, I, J, K, L, and P. Commissioner Hodge.
Well, we didn't pull O, so I just want to take a moment to thank Michelle for all the incredible work that she does, and that this is an awesome time for her to be highlighted. Normally, we'd have the good, glass framed ones. We're gonna do that next month. So please be patient with us as we can get the nice one when we all sign it. So it's coming. So that's when you can have, mom come, like you said. Or tune in.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other discussion on the package ones that we're not pulling? All right, Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner LeVar,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Items passed.
Thank you. Okay, now, we're considering F, a resolution to authorize the implementation of a financial framework for the new countywide classification and compensation program. Any discussion? Commissioner Scott.
I've got to get to my page. I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm half asleep sitting up here. I'm still drinking coffee. I'm still here with you. So I guess I would just like a little bit more discussion and on impact. This is a very thick resolution and memo, and honestly, I was surprised it came to us as single reading. Seemed like it could have used maybe a couple sessions for us to get through this. So maybe a little bit more discussion on this from admin. I will not lie and say I have concerns about MEG. It was a long time ago we did that study, and the labor market has changed enormously since the MEG study was done. And I have concerns that the MEG Management Advisory Group International is keeping information as proprietary, and I don't think that's appropriate for county government.
Thank you. So Commissioner Scott, all that this is doing is making some policy recommendation changes for a manageable finance funding framework. There is no budget adjustment attached to this. It is already summarizes the approved funding to date, as well as just the explicit policy changes. So if you go to the last page, there's a table that includes 5 items. It gives you the resolution item number within the budget resolution originally, what the current language is, and then what the proposed change is. So the first item is current policy is that the general fund balance equates to 20% of general fund expenditures, which equates to 26.2 million if you take the current 2022 budget. But know that you made some modifications to the budget tonight, so that amount is going to increase, so the calculation will increase. But at the timing of this publication, this is what it equated to. But in order to meet our obligations for cash flow purposes, operations of that sort, as the budget increases over time, the percent increases over time. So the recommendation is 29% to make sure we have enough cash flow to cover until our tax levy, which is July 1st. Any questions on that item? Excuse me, I gotta get my glasses back on, apologize. Item number 2 is just kind of
reiterating the specific annual portion of a structural surplus be considered for additional implementation portion funding for MAG. Now, that's yet to be determined because that will be determined each equalization period. And we just received the equalization report this year earlier. And also accompanying that was the 2% structural change from non-structural to 2023. So there's not no new available dollars to be able to allocate for MAG. But in the future, we do want to make that a priority for the structural portion of the policy. Any question on that item?
It's hard to know where my questions in here begin because like I said, like I've read through it twice. I don't know if my colleagues have read through this very dense resolution and cover memo. I guess there are concerns I have about what does this mean for considered for additional structural personnel services allocation recommended for continued implementation of the Washtenaw MAG classification and compensation program. And I'm telling you some of my concerns about MAG, and I'm concerned about passing a resolution based on a years old study about the labor market and making it policy. And with an entity I'm concerned about their proprietary information. I just have grave concerns passing this when I feel like the study is out of date.
I'll have to defer to HR on that.
I mean, we can defer to HR on that and they can let me know. Hi, Monica. There's HR. But the fact of the matter is the study was done pre-COVID and nobody in the United States of America would tell you the labor market is the same in 2022 as it was in 2019.
I agree. I think there's two parts though to the classification and compensation study. And I think recognizing that COVID happened and we had a delay in the implementation, that our hope is really to implement at least the classification piece of it, the relative placement of positions, and then continue to work on the compensation piece to catch up with the market. We already had a lag. COVID's changed the landscape. So I think this was really just trying to get us to the point that we could have some financial framework to continue movement. We recognize we need some new data, particularly in pockets, health departments, the nurses, our prosecutors, those kind of areas.
Yeah, those are, you named all of most of my main concerns. I think that this idea about that what the classifications are in MAG it goes to the heart of some of my concerns because I don't, is MAG willing to release to us on how they come up with those classification systems, where their studies, what markets they use to compare people to, because it's my understanding that they're purporting that that's proprietary, but my concern is that we work in government and that we're not people should have transparency and openness and not have to be told that there's proprietary business information. And that's very concerning to me going forward here.
So there's pieces of the process in terms of classifying the position. The first piece is what's called a JAQ or Job Assessment Questionnaire. The basic data from that is provided by the employee, the person that knows their job the best. Then we get an additional layer from the supervisor, and there's a 15-point factor system. And so every position is rated on that same tool. So that tool is very transparent. Every employee had access to that. Within that tool, there's a rubric for each factor. Again, very transparent. You can see the difference between that. Then what happens in the background, there's weighted factors. That's the piece that MAG has indicated as proprietary. And there's some value in that. I know that there's some concern about it, but there's also some value in that when you use the rubric and you see that that initial scoring system, it allows people to really focus on those rubric pieces and not to weight one of those in order to falsify the end result. And so there is some value in that. We can continue to work and show our labor partners, some of them have concerns about it,
Some of them are very comfortable with it. So there's varying opinions. So I think more education and showing how the system works would potentially be helpful.
I mean, Monica, I respect always, you're very careful and clear under explanation of things, but I think I still have concerns about weighted things being proprietary, that it would bother me in my own job that is also in the public sector. And I don't think I wouldn't like it there. And I no more like it for county employees here. So
Our current system has a similar weighted piece that nobody knows about. So this just was some more attention drawn to it. I don't disagree with your concerns. I think that is one of the things that we've tried to do in this process is to make it more transparent, easily understandable, simplified and consistent across the organization. So I do think that this tool is an advancement on the current tools that we have. It does provide more consistency across the organization. We currently have 3 different tools and we have a lot of bias in between those tools. So there are some advantages of this particular tool. Again, there's still some concerns about it. We can continue to work through those.
okay, thank you.
Any other comments on this resolution? Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No,
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. Next, I'm gonna move up item L, a resolution declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Washtenaw County. And we have Ann Garcia here to talk with us tonight. Thank you for your patience. I did not quite anticipate how long it would take to get to this. So I appreciate your patience and I appreciate you coming here tonight to talk. Do you want to speak at the podium or?
I'm a teacher by training, so for whatever reason, I have the biggest voice ever. Would you be willing to record this? Because so this is my first county commissioners meeting, and I'm kind of hoping it'll be my last. Just saying. I just thought I'd throw that out there. My name is Ann Garcia, and I'm a member of Moms Demand Action. I've been with them just 6 months, but I've been a gun safety advocate for a long time. And I was a member of an organization many years ago called Michigan Peace Works, which is when we were trying to protest the Iraq War. If there's anyone old enough here to remember that we were doing that work then. So I see this as part of my peace mission, trying to stop violence wherever and whenever it occurs. I'm sad to report to you that I had set to say an hour. In the few hours that we've been together tonight, there was another shooting at 7:35 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, at a medical center. And I think it's saying that 4 people were killed and they don't, we'll be hearing the count. So I do not know what has happened in the past 2 weeks. If that's what it's going to take, I don't know if that makes it worth it, but I'm very, very grateful that you've all endorsed the proclamation. The proclamation was actually produced and, as you know, being encouraged to be signed by city councils and boards like yourselves all over America this week. To just let you know, I'm a part of Moms Demand Action, which is a partnering group with an organization called Everytown for Gun Safety. And they started the Wear Orange campaign to be the first week of June because I've been taught this in the past year. So I'm just sharing what I've just learned, that a 15-year-old girl was meeting with President Obama about gun safety at some point, including how dangerous it was in her community. And the next week when she went home, she was shot and killed. And so the people that knew her and knew that and had that organization, et cetera, started the Wear Orange campaign in her honor. And so we are all honoring her life and the sadness of her very early death together. All of the shootings that are happening and have ever happened are dreadful, but I have to say, and I'm sure all of you, if any of you are parents like I am, the shooting in the school and the very young children's lives beyond innocent doesn't even capture what it feels like to think of a child that young being shot. I'd like to say that as a teacher, I teach my students about the concept of a forced dichotomy. A forced dichotomy is when we are taught that it's either one way or the other, and that we can't find any probabilistic way of looking at things. It is certainly true that banning assault weapons will not stop all gun violence. It will decrease the amount of gun violence. Having universal background checks will not stop all gun violence. It will decrease gun violence. I heard that a researcher suggested to gun manufacturers that the trigger be made forceful enough that you had to be about 90 pounds or more in order to shoot a particular gun, and the gun lobby rejected that recommendation. And you always know what they're going to say. They're going to say it's a slippery slope. And that is an argument used on every political spectrum in every aspect. But in this case, I really believe that gun sensible safety ideas could be instituted, and we could never stop but decrease it. And to the people that suggest to you that it's a mental health issue, I'd like to know why all the other countries of the world who must have mental health problems among their population as well have a fraction of the gun violence that we have here. I'd like to encourage you to be ready as a person to argue back against the other ideas as you hear them. I don't think there's a whole lot you as our county board, I don't know what it would be that you could do. If it comes across your desk, please do so. But I'm here more asking you as individuals to educate anyone and everyone and everywhere you go in Michigan where people are less likely to believe as perhaps you do. I brought up signs and some stickers there to share. Children need to think that they're doing something. So maybe if any of you have children and you want your child to feel like they're doing something to make their people safe, they can tell the story of why Wear Orange is about. And I just thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Mr. Any other discussion? Commissioner Hodge and then Commissioner Beaman.
Oh, she's on her way out. Okay, well, thank you for coming in. And I look well, I thank her for coming in. And thank you for oh, you're back. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for coming in for your time. I know it's been a really long night for you and waiting in here, and you probably don't want to come to another one. I'd say that this is a great board for you to come and approach about this. We've already committed a couple of meetings ago to combating gun violence in our community. We adopted 14 different recommendations that a community group put together after doing a bunch of research and talking to experts about that. So this is a team of people that's really committed to this. So thank you. I know you can sense it all your way out the door. I totally get it.
Commissioner Beaman and Commissioner Sanders. I also just want to thank you for coming out and bringing this to the attention, and also for the point of that this isn't an either or. You know, our family or safe gun owners, farmers, hunters of deer and other things that eat the food that you would eat if we don't get them off the property. But that also said, I really resonate with your point of talking to people. My generation, we've just grown up with this. We've grown up with violence in our schools. I was in elementary school when there was a shooting here in Chelsea, Michigan, and we lost our superintendent in 1993, before Columbine. And that stuck with me. That was a huge loss to our community. And so as the coach famously said, we can't become numb to this. So thank you so much. Commissioner Sanders.
I'm gonna let you go eat because I've been snacking on chips because I'm hungry too. I just wanted to say thank you for coming to speak. Celeste Campawala has been a community partner with me for, I don't know, the last 4 or 5 years. And I know she's now been promoted to the state level, but it was good to see you here, and I'll have to give her a hard time because she never offered me a t-shirt. Celeste Campawala. Yep. Yep, so let her know that she could have given me a t-shirt years ago and I would have worn it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ann, I know you, oh, Commissioner Jefferson.
Good evening. Thank you once again for being here. Your delivery was really great. I think you give us an opportunity this week to make sure that we let people know how we feel about this. And that is where I've been for the last 3 or 4 years following your group, Moms Demand Gun. But whatever you do, let me know, and whatever I can do to help this community is in need of that sensible gun laws. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Just one.
And on June 4th at 10 o'clock in Detroit at a church building.
Well, thank you. I want to thank you for coming, and I have a dad who's a Trump supporter, so I grew up with guns under the bed. We never touched them. We knew, and that's not safe storage, but at least we survived that. But with the advent of the propaganda that's come from the gun lobbyists and the gun makers, and it's, I will just say, the reason I'm almost crying is that it pretty much broke our family for the last, I don't know how many years, right? So is it 9 years now? I don't know, it's crazy. But a couple weeks ago, I had a conversation with my father about not just gun safety, but gun control. And he said, and I mean, this has been years where, like, if I was going to say anything or he thought about it, like, I might have to leave, that he thought that safe storage was important, and that that our children should be able to go to school and feel safe. And that he only supports the legal things that people do with guns, like hunting or self-protection, which I'm gonna disagree, because he had his gun stolen by the cable guy, and then was afraid to report it because he was afraid to get shot. But I just think that we do have a moment here, and it's a campaign year. We've all been talking to a lot of voters, been talking to a lot of voters, and a lot of people who identify as Republican who say, I want safe storage. I want kids to be able to be safe in school. And they want red flag laws. And I think we have a moment, and we just need to keep working at it. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your work.
Thank you very much. And that reminds me that there is a pack of laws in the state legislature right now. And hopefully those of you who are obviously much more politically oriented than I am will name the state senator who's keeping it in committee and not letting it come. There's a red flag law and there's a safe storage law, among others, that are seen as pretty reasonable, not big asks. And everyone is being encouraged to email and to call this particular senator. His name has 3 syllables, and I wish I'd looked it up before I came.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Good.
All right, Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. All right, now we're moving on to Resolution I, a resolution advocating for Michigan to cap payday lending at 36%. Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak on this really briefly. There's a little bit of data on the resolution for people to take a look at. I just wanted to highlight a couple of points here, particularly because we're really leaning into work around economic justice and opportunity with the work that we've done around children's savings accounts and the eventual financial empowerment center. But we also need to, I think, be conscious of predatory lending practices in our community and do what we can to try to stop that. The one data point I want to point out in here is that a family that borrows or a person that borrows $375 from a predatory lending agency typically pays back more than $500 in fees. And this is one of the things that keeps people trapped in a cycle of poverty and debt. So to the extent that we can do something about it, I would like for us to do that. We know that agencies like this target Black and Brown communities. And we have to, if we're going to be serious about increasing economic opportunity for people, this is something we need to look into. So there's people can look more into it, and there are efforts in Michigan to do something about it. So there are 18 states in DC that have capped the rate at 36%, and that is the rate that really ends this as a serious issue. So that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, Mr. Mulkey?
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. Next, item J, resolution to support the state of Michigan using American Rescue Plan Act funding to lessen the impact of end of emergency allotment of food assistance program for households eligible for minimum benefit. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually if we can, I know I said move J and K. I'm happy to take them both as one because my comment is the same.
Okay.
If there's anybody still with us who came to talk to us earlier about human services funding and the great passion you had in talking to us about human services funding, please take that passion to the state of Michigan and to the Congress of the US. These two resolutions to talk about emergency food allotment and for the emergency food assistance program through the federal government are enormously important. And if you can take some of that energy you brought to this meeting tonight to your members of the Michigan House and to Congress, that would be phenomenal. Some of us live in areas where our representatives and Congress people will absolutely be advocating for this. Some of us in Washtenaw County live in areas where your House representatives and your Congress people will not be advocating for this. Those are the people you need to call. So please, if you're still watching, call with all the passion you brought to us tonight to try to get these programs continued as well. COVID is not over. The pandemic is still going on and people are still suffering. Please take action on these items as well.
Thank you. Any other discussion on these? Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Items passed.
Thank you. Next is item P, a resolution to increase the annual contribution to support the new Human Services Partnership and fund additional 6-month transition grants for previous coordinated funding grantees not receiving new human services safety through December 31st, 2022. Any discussion?
I'd like to pull it. P. Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
Sorry. I have to abstain, at least from one of the organizations within, because I'm on their board. So.
Yeah, we can do it with you abstaining. Any other discussion? I think we've talked about it quite a bit. All right, Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Same.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. All right. Next, a report from the county administrator.
Good evening, Commissioners. I know that the hour is late and we have 3 presentations for you this evening. We'll try to be brief and succinct with our presentations. Two of those items are just informational this evening, and I'll move through those as quickly as I can. And certainly we will take the next 30 days to answer any questions that you might have and do the appropriate outreach. But I want to begin with the 2021 first quarter update, and Catherine, please take it away.
And I will also try to be quick and efficient, but I'm happy to answer any questions. So as Greg said, tonight we have the 2022 first quarter budget update. It does feel a little bit late to be giving information through March. A number of things have changed, but the schedule has worked out how the schedule has worked out. So we'll be with you. I'll be here with you for the second quarter update shortly. Starting with the general fund status, we currently have a revised budget of $131 million. That does not reflect any of the budget adjustments passed tonight, just so we're keeping track of that. Revenues are projected at 134.1 million, and expenditures are projected at 127 million for a net surplus of 7.1 million. A couple of quick caveats on this, given that it was through March. This is before the fuel prices spiked, so we're expecting that to come down. We're also having some fringe rate adjustments we have to do, so it's going to be a little bit less with information we know now, just to keep you all in the loop. And this slide I just kept in here for comparison. As we go through the year, we'll be able to see how projections have changed. For general fund revenues, we are projecting 134.1 million. That is $97 million in general government revenue, which is the property taxes and state revenue sharing. And then public safety and justice revenues at 30 million, which includes sheriff services, court fees, and then $7 million in the public safety millage. When we look at the sources of the $3 million revenue surplus, the biggest surplus is the property tax dollars in alignment with the equalization report from last meeting. And then in general government, we have $1.6 million in surplus, which is in alignment with the marijuana dollars that were released by the state and have come in above budget. On the shortfalls, we see the trial court and district court continuing to have revenue shortfalls as we try to figure out the impact of COVID and different public safety and justice changes, and what is happening with the revenues for both courts. And then the sheriff's office, again, having a revenue shortfall from reduced fees as well as overtime reimbursements. For general fund expenditures, again, we're projecting $125.5 million in expenditures. The largest component is the public safety and justice at 89 million, support services at 20 million, the health and human services appropriations at 11.6 million. And then general government is a negative 5.7 million because of how cost allocation plan works. For the expenditure surplus of $4.1 million, really the story we're seeing across departments, and as many people know, it's position vacancies. The sheriff's office has a surplus of $5.9 million, which is almost entirely vacant positions. They currently, as of March, had more than 45 positions vacant, and that number has continued to grow. Trial court also driven by vacant positions for $1.2 million, and the rest of the departments, excluding sheriff, trial court, and district court, account for another $940,000 of vacancy savings. So while that is a surplus, it's not a sustainable one we can count on, because the hope is that we would actually fill the positions to do the work that we're trying to do for the county. Looking at general fund shortfalls, the largest is in personal services, which is planned funding for the MAG implementation and labor agreements, and then changing the 2023 non-structural to a structural increase and the impact that has. That is covered in the budget adjustment that was passed tonight, so that will be netted out. And then there's some small shortfalls in support services due to unreimbursable COVID expenditures and the flood relief grant that we got last year, but the expenditures went out this year. And again, that's covered in the budget adjustment and will be taken care of. Looking at the non-general funds, we see building inspection, CMH, economic development, agriculture, and vets all have a surplus. Child care fund, friend of the court, OSED, and prosecuting attorney CRP are projecting to be right on budget. And then we have a shortfall in facilities, which is due to increased cleaning and utility costs from return to work, as well as a delayed implementation of the LAD project, which hasn't materialized the savings we anticipated. Health was originally approved to use some fund balance when their original budget was adopted. That number has grown to 348,000, but they're working to mitigate that as the year goes on and we get the ARPA project implemented. And then MIDC is listed as a shortfall for indigent defense, which is just because of how the funding works. The state has pre-funded us. And then risk management has a small shortfall due to claims, and we're going to continue to watch that, but it's easily covered by fund balance. There are no quarterly budget adjustments from first quarter to review. So lastly, we're just going to continue monitoring clerk revenues, the structural versus one-time marijuana revenue, and then looking at the general impact of inflation on operational budgets, fuel prices, personnel cost growth. Not on there is also the impact of the vacancies we continue to experience. So next steps, second quarter, I'll be back August 3rd. For third quarter, November 2nd. We're going to continue our budget preparation work with more working session presentations, beginning a department line item review this summer between the analysts and the departments, and working on program inventories to bring back to the board at a later date. And then for the 23 through 26 budget, my proposal is I bring working session presentations similar to the general fund and non-general fund overview with the budget numbers. I see Commissioner Hodge gives me a thumbs up, so I'm going to take that as a good idea. And then public hearing and adoption of the budget later on in the year. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions. I really don't need applause, but thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? I don't see any.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, I have two additional items for you this evening, and I'll ask Andrew to tee up the presentation. While he's doing that, I want to just say a little bit about the work that we have done this evening, and as Chair Schenk talked about in her remarks, how much work goes into what we do for this community behind the scenes. And I want to say that I am personally very grateful as a citizen of this county for the work that the 9 commissioners do, sometimes late at night, early in the morning, lots of conversations, lots of work behind the scenes. I heard Katie Scott talking to me today on her way to this meeting, I believe. So I think it's important for us to continue to acknowledge that there's much work to do, and the path by which we work together to make life better for the residents of this community is very, very important. So over the last couple of years, we've talked a lot about where we're at as an administrative team. We know that there are shifting priorities in our community. COVID has created an environment that's very different than what we have experienced in the past. We know and understand that this board has a set of priorities that I think make a lot of sense for our community, that really hopes to drive forward, and put some teeth behind what we think is important in our community, aligning our work with community values, continues to try to drive what we do as an organization. One of the things that has become apparent to us in administration is that we have limited bandwidth. And as we attempt to align the needs of the community, the needs of the organization, and the priorities of the commissioners, we have come to recognize that we are going to need to shift and adapt. And what you'll see in the remaining slides, there are just 4, is an opening to that conversation. It's my hope that we can spend the next 30 days talking about and answering questions, doing the outreach necessary with internal and perhaps some external stakeholders to ensure that they have confidence and continued confidence in the work that we do in administration. I don't know. You can, next slide. I'll just let you advance. Yeah. So as you can see, there are a couple of boxes up here that really talks through some of the things that I just mentioned. We know our responsiveness is important to the commissioners. You all crave additional data that supports the decisions that you make. And really, as was mentioned a couple of times this evening, I certainly want to make sure that when we are recommending to this body action from the board floor, that it is steeped in the appropriate data. When we're shifting resources from one area to the next, that the data and the decision points necessary to drive those decisions, they're in the hands of the commissioners in a timeline that makes sense for you all for that decision-making process. You know, there's been some change in our organization as we move from a traditional county government environment to one that's more of a hybrid model. That's created some additional challenges for us in administration to operationalize that work. That continues to be something that we want to focus on. And I won't read all of these, but you know, data. You know, I continue to talk about data. We push out a lot of resources, and the data necessary to support the outcomes that we hope to produce is critically important. I think we owe that to the taxpayers. So we'll continue to try to make certain that we are doing that work and doing it in a manner that makes sense for all of our stakeholders, whether they're internal or external. And then lastly, the spirit of collaboration really has to be a component of the DNA of our organization. Because if we can't collaborate together, if we're not communicating appropriately and effectively, we won't reach our full potential. So again, this is information this evening. I think it's the start of a conversation, but I wanted to let you know that these are some of the components that are driving the thinking around this. Next slide. Again, just simply, we know that we're on a path. That path looks at the very top of the organization. I should have begun this conversation by saying it is our hope that what we ultimately recommend, and certainly it's my hope that you all feel a comfort level to approve what we'll be recommending in July, it will be budget neutral or very close to budget neutral. And it really implies that we are going to change the way that we process information in administration, change the way the responsibilities that we collectively have, and really push out to the organization a new environment, an environment that focuses on those 5 boxes or pillars, if you will, that you saw in the first slide. This impacts 5 positions. Next slide. Yeah. And the new framework will reclass some existing positions in administration, really looking at increasing responsibility of the very top end of the organization, moving away from the structure of having a single deputy to a more expansive framework that includes a chief deputy and 2 deputy administrators. Those deputy administrators are really taking on additional assignments, caseloads, if you will, when you think about what the new position descriptions will ultimately look like. Certainly asking members of my team to do more work, to be responsible, quite honestly, for more of the work of the day-to-day operation of county government. And again, as I said at the outset, there is an aim for this to be budget neutral. I did forget that middle point. There is one position request. It is the planning position that this board has talked about for now several cycles. We want to make certain that that is in the queue and is talked about, and it is part of this overall framework. So again, pockets, pillars, I've talked about it a lot. It shifts away from the single deputy model to chief deputy and 2 deputies, all reporting up to the county administrator and creating a new structure for county government, particularly at the executive level. Next slide. There's a reclass of the deputy administrator to chief deputy, reclass of this director of strategic planning to deputy administrator, and the racial equity officer to what I affectionately refer to as a slash position, racial equity officer slash deputy administrator. And it moves our position that is currently graded as an administrative coordinator to a management analyst. That position is a position that you have seen as you walk into administration. We're combining some duties, collapsing some responsibilities to make certain that, again, we have additional bandwidth for the whole of the office. Last slide, I guess. Well, 2 more slides, I'm sorry. The position creation is the strategic planning manager. That's how we have classified the position and graded the position. That position will assume some of the responsibilities for planning for the county, will lean into the data and metrics work, lean into the work around the climate action work, space plan, on and on and on. As I said, this is the beginning of the conversation. We'll bring you back the specifics and the detail around this. Next slide. And this is just an org chart that looks at the new structure. So with that, that concludes what I wanted to introduce this evening. I wanted to introduce this evening and commit to you that we will provide you over the next few days supporting documentation, background information. And again, I hope that is the beginning of a conversation around the executive team here in administration.
Thank you.
So I don't know if there are any questions. If not, I stand ready, my team stands ready to respond to those questions. And as I said at the outset, we'll spend the next 30 days. The plan is to have small group meetings with commissioners, reach out to our labor partners and our department heads so that we can appropriately ask questions and gain some comfort around this plan.
Thank you.
Hearing no questions, I will move to the second presentation. And again, I'll try to be as brief as possible. It is, again, the beginning of a conversation. We are following the framework that we have used for our ARPA allocation 1 and 2. And we have a recommendation that we think is an outgrowth of the many conversations that we've had with this body, conversations with the organization, and our community stakeholders. So we're pushing this out again this evening as the beginning of a conversation, and want to take, as we did with the first 2 allocations, the next 30 days to do community engagement and outreach to all parts of the organization. Next slide. A little bit of the history, you've all seen this before. September of 2021, we allocated the first phase, which was $30 million, and you see the category areas listed. In March, the second allocation came, and there was an additional $11 million that was earmarked or allocated. I think it's important to note as we move through our process, one of the foundational goals that this body set is that we're going to be transparent. We're not going to sit on these funds, and we're going to make sure that we have an appropriate engagement structure. Feel like we hit the mark with those first 2 allocations. Certainly we were not perfect. We've learned at every step in this process. And I think if we follow that model with 3.0, we'll ultimately get to a 3rd allocation that makes a lot of sense for our community. Those recommendations are based in the community priorities. That is kind of the foundational component of much of the work that we have done over the last 4 years. And again, I'm just very grateful for you all for your commitment to the community and the way that you leaned into some very, very difficult issues in a very, very challenging time in this county's history. Department requests are a component of it. Certainly engagement with our elected officials continues to be important. You know, that work certainly will continue, not only as we move through this process, but as we think about how we reshape county government, just thinking about what I heard this evening and the impacts of shifting our new human services model. And as I heard Commissioner LaBarre talk about, that's a $3 million structural change to the way that we operate county government. That implies that we're going to think differently about what we fund, how we fund it, and shift resources from traditional services to a different model. So some of what you'll hear in the remaining slides will support the thought process around that shift in county government. And then lastly, community feedback is vital. As you all tour the communities, as we talk about the needs of the community, impacting trauma, wherever it exists in our community, it is super important to have that feedback and hopefully that buy-in. So whatever we do moving forward, we'll always include a community component. Next slide. So this is a grid, and I know it's difficult to read. I'm trying to do this without my glasses, so please bear with me. This proposal includes just over $30 million of investments. You can see the two line items below that, $29 million in lost revenues, and $270,000 in general fund resources that are added to that make just over $30 million allocation in investments. There's also, as you think about how we have leveraged our ARPA funding, we have used lost revenues to pull money in from ARPA and then push it out to the whole of the organization. So if you look at that category, the second box from the left, when you start to fill in the numbers, you see how we have used lost revenue and have looked to draw down lost revenue over time in a couple of key funding areas. So we'll continue to use that framework. It seems to make sense. It meets within the ARPA guidelines, easy for us to follow. Again, not perfect. Tonight is an opportunity for you all to see what's recommended, make comments. We'll provide the appropriate follow-up data. But again, just an opportunity for discussion. Next slide. So these are, again, categories, just some additional information, the lost revenues. We've talked about that a lot. Premium pay, a lot of conversations related to those on the front line and in areas that, again, we need to lean into. I think about our nursing staff and the challenges with recruitment and retention for nurses and those that are doing critical, vital work for our community. Our ability to create a framework that not only recruits employees, but convinces them that there is some nobility in public service is super important. And, you know, support for seniors. We heard about it tonight. I've heard about it repeatedly from all of you. And you see it included in this document. Again, we're hopeful, optimistic that you all are going to look at this, think about it, think about what makes the most sense for our community. Or I just want you to know that we have been listening intently around those items. Housing access. Again, I take you back several decades where this community talked about the development and implementation of a blueprint to end homelessness. That document, while dated, really set the seed, set the groundwork for us to think differently about housing access in Washtenaw County. We want to continue those kinds of things, continue to move that conversation forward, and this just sets aside some resources to do that. Invest in our stormwater and sewer infrastructure. Really, this is a partnership with our Water Resources Commissioner and really thinking about the impacts of climate change and the impacts of pollution in our community and thinking about how we lean into upgrading our infrastructure. This is something that we want to build out, partner with our cities and townships and villages to see if we can create some value and catalyze our investments in our aging infrastructure. And then to establish a financial equity center, $4.9 million, placing an equity-driven poverty alleviation strategy on our community. This is something, again, we've talked a lot about over the last 3 years, and I want to make sure that you all know, again, that we have been listening. This is an opportunity to have a generational impact on our community. We have embargoed some dollars. This is the public health funding dollars, $4 million. Really embargoing means set aside, categorize that funding to ensure that the support continues through 2024. Expanded governmental service delivery, leveraging best practices and innovative ideas. Again, that's the lost revenue category to invest in infrastructure, primarily the technology infrastructure and resources to address the changing or improving our service delivery model. And then lastly, staff support for ARPA. There is the ARPA allocation allows for $700,000 to provide staff support for the data and metrics and reporting components of ARPA. We want to leverage that. We have some exciting candidates, applicants who want to come to Washtenaw County from as far away as it is to help us with the work that we're doing. So we're pretty excited about that. So 3.0, again, this evening is the opening opportunity for you all to think about what is presented in comments and continue down the path of community engagement, et cetera. If we were to adopt 3.0, it would still leave $10 million to continue to prioritize. We were purpose-driven in ensuring that we did not allocate the whole of our allocation and to afford you an opportunity to think about what we've done today and be smart about what gaps remain and create an opportunity for funding with those remaining dollars. I'll just toss out a little bit of a thought point for you all. We are making significant progress on developing a framework for an East Side Rec Center. And that might be an area that this board wants to take some of those dollars to support the work attached to that. But again, those buckets are really driving how we think about the work and how we think about operationalizing ARPA, internal, external needs, proposals that are eligible and meet the need and the mandate that you all have given us, and that they are appropriately vetted by finance and the racial equity office. Next slide. So that's it. Again, I wanted to introduce this all this evening, and I know that will generate some questions. My team and I stand ready to answer those questions over the coming days. We need to develop a community engagement strategy that too will be a part of the recommendation that we push out to you all in the coming days. So with that, I don't know if there's any questions about the 3.0 presentation this evening.
Commissioner Beaman?
Just one quick question, because there was a piece that talked about infrastructure, the stormwater. I thought I had understood that there were separate ARPA dollars, because this is the first kind of tranche, if you will. But there were separate ARPA dollars that would deal with infrastructure. I don't want to kick the can. I want to fix culverts. I want to address our water issues. But if that $2 million could be put towards the side rec center, and we could then take infrastructure dollars to fix infrastructure. That's just my question.
Yeah, and so two pieces to that. As we saw in the first round of the allocation, as it relates to broadband, we were flexible enough in the way we wrote the language to say that we can come back and pull back on funding if funding became available from another source. I see us doing the same kind of thing with this. And just so that I'm clear, there are two components of infrastructure. There's a stormwater piece, but technology, as we think about moving to the hybrid model or our new operating model, the need for additional technology, both on the security side of things and the hardware side of things. I see Jeff behind me. Hopefully he's smiling, because we've been listening to the need to continue to look at those things as well. So yes, to your point, Commissioner Beaman, we want to make sure that our language is flexible enough so that we can pull back or claw back any opportunities that exist in the future.
Commissioner Beaman, my understanding, and I appreciate what Mr. Dill said, is that, so my understanding is from talking to Cheryl Stahl from the Road Commission and from Evan Pratt, the Water Resources Commissioner, that culverts just seem to have been left out of everything. I mean, they're eligible under ARPA, but not believed to be eligible under the infrastructure bill. So if they were, that'd be great. And so I think we need to double check that, but that's how they ended up in here, not somewhere else. Any other questions about this? Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question. I just want to say I'm really enthusiastic about what you just presented here. Just to speak to the culvert piece too, I've been hearing from residents in Augusta Township and then in southern Ypsilanti Township too about issues with stormwater there. And I really like the thinking behind what the Water Resources Commissioner and the Road Commission has done with designing this in many ways to be matching. So this would be a great way for us to be able to encourage a partnership with local governments. So we're working on some of those things together. Grateful to see the embargoing of the health department fund so we can make those positions something that it's not, where you're going to lose your job after a year, particularly with some of those positions being community health workers. We really want people to be able to be in the community, embedded there, and be able to have time to build those relationships. So grateful to see that. And I like all of it, but particularly excited about the Financial Equity Center. It really encapsulates a lot of what we've talked about trying to create generational change and helping people, build wealth and build assets in our community. So very excited. I'm looking forward to July.
Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Scott.
Well, I definitely support the housing in the city of Ypsilanti. They are in need of it, but I do want to say that we really, we have a can that's still being kicked down the road, and that housing development in the city of Ypsilanti is addressing. It's just addressing affordable housing, and I hate that term. But the homeless and the home insecure issue some of this ARPA money so that we have sustainable places for people to reside, at least until they can get to a point where they can find other housing. So I'm asking for more. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Greg. It's interesting to see the iteration of ARPA 3.0, I, like Commissioner Hodge, like to see the embargoed health department funding. I'd like to know more about what we can do with embargoed funding, because if this is something we can do, is there a possibility for us to embargo funds for human services partnerships over the next few years? I'll also have, I won't be here in July. So I have questions about government services. And I say that as somebody who's doing a government service, about $4 million for that, and just wanting to make sure that like exactly what we're doing was $4 million in government services. It seems kind of vague and amorphous to me right now. And I'm just thinking about what we've heard from people about human services partnership, about getting a rec center on the east side. Do we need all 4 million for that? Is there something we can do? And could we skim something off of that for embargoed human services funding and give us a little bit longer of a window to come up with a new plan for how we fund partnerships? That's it. Thank you.
If I may.
Yeah.
Chair, so Commissioner Scott, I think this evening's conversation was designed to do just that, to think about those categories and think about where there might be opportunities. And you just spoke about an example that I think makes a lot of sense given what we have been talking about over the last week or so. So to that, I say absolutely. We'll bring you back more detail and hopefully, again, this is the start of a conversation.
Anyone else? Commissioner Jefferson?
I like your presentation. I think I have two things, but the first is I want to read the line from our 2015 housing affordability and equity analysis. The imbalance in income, education, and opportunity between jurisdictions, along with the segregation that goes with it, will hamper the regional economic growth potential of the area. Regions that experience strong, more stable growth are typically more equitable, have less segregation, and better balanced workforce skills within them. So we're definitely looking at this as a way to deal with equity. But this study, as most of you should know, says that there's an imbalance of concentrating poverty within the Eastern County and the affordable housing, that there was a need to bring more affordable housing into the Ann Arbor area. As it says, this region will suffer from that if it continue to be segregated like that. So I just wanted to bring that to a point. And then also you said something about making sure that we put in a community engagement process. Are you saying, explain that to me. I'm not trying to understand.
Well, I simply just wanted to follow what we did with 1.0 and 2.0, where the commissioners led engagement discussions in their respective districts. We want to follow that same model. I thought it worked well, and unless you guys think it should change, that's the planning sequence for 3.0.
So we're going to have more engagement in certain areas.
Yeah.
And that is going to bring information from the community that is going to look at these proposed applications.
So I think that those conversations will bring information that will inform the work and ultimately what you all approve. Now, whether we get it done in July or at the August meeting is a function of how much engagement we have and how comfortable you all are. But really looking at those conversations, those discussions to really drive the work and help shape ultimately what you approve.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner LaBarre?
I haven't had the chance to fully digest these yet, just given the issues we've been working around. as it relates to human services. My guess is these are very fine recommendations and we will fine tune them. I will just say, I think sometimes we have conflated the issue of community engagement around budget development and ARPA a little bit. And that's not a criticism. I just want to be clear. I think it's great to have community engagement in a similar fashion that we had on the first two ARPA iterations. But our island-bound colleague, Commissioner Morgan, I think would say what he and others are advocating for on the budget is a little bit different. So I just wanted to chime in. All that said, I will dig back in on this and appreciate the work of administrative staff in putting this together.
Thank you. Commissioner LeBar, just to say one closing remark related to the budget, it is clear to us in administration that the budget belongs to the 9 of you. We make recommendations around that budget, but ultimately we follow your guidance, your requests, and try to make sure that we operationalize the budget in a way that produces good government. We will follow your lead as always related to the budget.
Anything else? I just want to say thank you. I know that you've put in an incredible amount of time on this and all the staff who've worked on it. It's pretty exciting. I remember when we first were hearing about the money and talking about, could we do something truly transformative? And the answer is clearly yes. We still are working on it and glad to be working on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Thank you, Chair. Just to help me and maybe some others to understand when you say embargo, what context is that?
But the context that I'm using, my team has been using, we're setting those dollars aside for a specific purpose. So as we think about those dollars that are set aside for public health, they really are, one of the areas of focus will be those positions that we create. I can't remember what commissioner said it, but we're already having trouble attracting staff, and to attract staff to a position that is supported by time-sensitive funding could be a bit of a challenge. So we want to make sure that when you all allocate funding, that we set it aside for its intended use. So that's really how we're thinking about the embargo resources.
All right, thank you. Then the other question is, you have in there community health workers. Are they similar to what I've been working with in the Eastern County Sycamore Meadows area?
I believe so. Diane, you may want to or Monica. I forgot you were still here, Monica. I apologize.
So the community health workers are classifications in the health department as well as the health plan. I don't know if I heard your entire question.
Yeah, there's now one worker out there who is an advocate and a go-between for resources and the residents that live there.
Let me verify, because there's a couple different classifications that do work out in the community, but I believe it's the same classification that you're talking about, but I would like to double check.
Thank you. Please do.
Greg, this is Ruth Kraut. I am here. And I can, if it's okay, I can verify that yes, it's the same job. It's the same job classification, and it's the same type of work as possibly, there are a few constraints with ARPA, but it is the same type of work. And yes, it is a goal of the health department to expand that community health worker model.
Thank you, Ruth, for that voice from on high.
Sorry about that.
No, it's great.
Well, the one that's there now has been a great resource for, people have a hard time trusting government. And that person is a person who is very easy to talk to with the residents. And so that keeps us from having to engage in them afraid of us so much. So thank you so much.
Yeah, she is a prize. Yep.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Hodge? Oh, okay. That was helpful. Commissioner LeBar?
Chair, forgive me. The one thing I would also ask is, one of the things I've heard in the first few iterations was the desire to get a little more front-end feedback from the departments, and specifically department heads, but also those folks just under them, just because for obvious reasons they have the practical task of putting these to work. I might suggest that we do that in a similar way that you plan to do the community engagement. I know it's not perfect, but that way we could get that done. And it might be a good one where if the commissioners were able to participate and hear that, things wouldn't get lost in translation, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, Commissioner, that was all part of our thinking. You know, yeah, I said at the outset, I thought we get better at this every time we move through it. That's consistent with what we had thought about. We didn't have a conversation related to commissioners being involved in those discussions. That's an easy item for us. We will make sure that we build that in.
That was top of head. If we make it harder, I'll roll with whatever, but thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Shirley.
Thank you. Anything else? All right.
Thank you. That concludes
Thank
my
you.
report.
Thank you, especially this late at night. I thought about making a bad joke and saying that I had a half an hour report of the chair, but that's actually not true. So I don't have a report, and that makes it next items for current or future discussion. Anything pending? No. So now I'm looking for a motion to adjourn to the next session.
Support.
I feel like yay is probably not out of place here. I